Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, 'cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. 'Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, 'cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby. Cincinnati, baby. I said, Cincinnati, baby. Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invincible. and maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. I'll be flying to make you believe. With my heart like the drive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
I fucked up the intro already because this is not the correct song. Vibe with me, chat. I forgot that I don't need to change the song when the intro starts. Ironically, nothing more to say. Shut up with you muted. I know I'm not muted. I'm just vibing it out. We're still dancing. Coming up today, that. I mean, it's debatable. It's that and Shoulder, pretty much in level pegging with what's most fucked up. Well, I might as well turn the stream music down then. That's gone well, hasn't it? A very League 2 intro there, frankly. Not likely to spend much longer in the Football League if I keep doing intros like that, frankly. Ah, dear. I don't know why that happened. I decided to... I have no explanation. I forgot that I need to press play and not skip
I have not managed to watch this save as much as Treaty and Tromso, and so I'm not as into it as I'd like, but I'm into you, sir. Ooh. Not in that way, you dirty get.
Oh.
Thank you for being okayish. Now Jimenez, Adama, possibly soon CHO. Are Fulham an orphanage gathering up all the unwanted children?
With any
sick
luck.
Freeze, sick sausage roll, sick freeze, sick sausage roll, sick freeze, sick sausage roll, sick freeze.
Well, also, love the way that Russell said Jimenez. Even though I believe it's Jimenez, isn't it? Or something like that. I don't know. Regardless. Oh, I know Anarith. I was so excited. I didn't notice that until I was obviously looking through the signings, and then bam, 5 stars. Now, obviously, it's maybe because he's out on loan. It could be any number of reasons. But still, the fact that we at least have a moment where he's considered 5-star potential is lovely to see. How's it going, friends? Ah, dear. Also, actually, I've got some thanks to do as well. Scott, thank you so much for the 25 months as well. That's very, very nice of you. And in the intro that didn't fuck up the... Well, it didn't fuck up the intro. I did. So that's fine. Maybe let's pretend that it did do a bit of sabotage. Ironic Christian, thank you very much for the 18 months. That's very, very nice of you, my friend. Milky Rems and Yotta, thank you very much for the follow. What did I think of the semi? It was fucking awesome, honestly. So Pog booked me a doctor's appointment yesterday, and it just so happened that it was at 11 o'clock, and I was like, that's when the football starts. Luckily, as you know, with any doctor, you get in and out pretty quickly. So I was back by like 12 minutes into the first half, so I didn't actually miss anything. So I did watch, well, I say the entire game, everything except the first 12 minutes. That was pretty excellent, wasn't it? It was pretty fucking good. Really, really excited. That was dope. It's just so cool to see him doing so well, frankly. Michael Parkinson died. No way. That fucking sucks. So, a couple of things to... Oh, the Kerr goal, it was very good. I do wonder if they could have closed that down a bit sooner, but at the same time, it's like, usually from that kind of range, you're just like, let them have a shot, right? Because generally speaking, from that kind of distance, most of the time, it's weak, it's going wide, it's easy for the keeper, or it's just going to go straight over the bar, right? So, I think they did all right with that. It's just one of those things. I honestly think that Kerr... That was like the least easy chance that she had in that game. There was that one chance from the corner where the ball fell back to her. I know it's at a slightly awkward height, but I think she has to be burying it from there. I mean, I know that would have been 2-2 as well, because I think it was right after that England went up the other end. I do think that some of the Australian defending for the last 2 England goals was a bit sus, especially for Lauren Hemp's one. By the way, Lauren Hemp is absolutely outrageously good. Like, she's so fucking good. She's one of those players that when I see her, I'm just like, oh, she's just going to take these people on. She's so damn good. But I think one of the people that maybe doesn't get as much, what's the word I'm looking for? Hype, maybe, as she should do, is Georgia Stanway. Because whenever I watch England play, which admittedly isn't a lot, but over the course of the World Cup when I've been able to watch the games, I always feel like Stanway is such a metronomic midfielder. It feels like she's constantly popping up into brilliant pockets of space, and honestly I don't think that they actually use her enough. It feels like her teammates don't find her enough when she's in those pockets of space. Now whether that's just because of the tactical setup they've got or whatever, but it feels like Stanway is always available for a pass in like ridiculously good positions, and when she gets the ball at her feet, usually speaking, she picks out a really good pass. So I'd like to see her on the ball even more, but I guess that's because other teams are targeting her. But she's got such great positioning. She's got a Scanway the way she's looking around all the time. Damn it. Carter was really good too. She just goes for everything. It's brilliant. Yeah, the defending was not particularly good for the, especially the second England goal. The third one, the defensive line was just a bit shoddy, really, that actually really did it. It's a bit Volt's good for, yeah. Toon's got so good. The fact that, because that could have easily gone horribly wrong, because it clearly, I think it was either Hemp or Russo, tries to collect the ball, and it's just slightly behind her. But if she gets even the slightest touch on that, there's no way that Toon is getting a good finish on that. So the fact that she's just about missed it is probably what saved us there with that. A stone cold Lauren James. Well, yeah. The question now they actually have a proper conundrum. It's like, do you start James in the final, or do you keep Toon in, or do you find some other way around it? Cheltenham shirt. It was a gift, which I admittedly thought was a Morecambe shirt when I first got it out, and then about 7 people went, Matt, that's a Cheltenham shirt. You moron. So there you go. No, I kind of agree, honestly. I think, admittedly, we weren't particularly great against, Christ, who was it? Was it Nigeria? No, it was Colombia, wasn't it? We weren't amazing in that game, but we were much, much better against Australia. We came up big. But, no, there you go. They're all the same. Who cares? Exactly. It's a really nice shirt, actually. Like, it's a genuinely very comfortable shirt. I don't mind a shirt that's got a bit of a collar on it as well, and it fits perfectly, which is always kind of nice. Jesus. So, plan today. Obviously, we've got the Europa League final with Ferencváros, which we'll get to in a second. We can do our own transfers. I've also had another look at some players that contracts are expiring. So I have offered a few extra ones, mostly players released from Premier League sides because English tax, right? Although I did find a guy from Barcelona called Alfred, put a bid in, and they did the whole we'll extend his contract by a year thing, which is just always fun, you know? FM girl, how's it going? How is the stream? How is the save? Let me get you a shout out, my friend. If I can press the right buttons. So it's one of the benefits of Alice having a really short name. It's really easy for me to shout her out. It's brilliant. Shippy! Oh, God. What happened there?
Morning, everyone.
What happened to my voice? Shippy, thank you very much for the 2 months. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely morning, my friend. Indeed, Lavinia. It's when I flash my headlights, you'll know it's me. Oh, you'll notice that I've taken the pillow off the back of this chair because I've come to the conclusion that actually it was partly responsible for my dreadful posture. Because the problem is it's quite thick, as you can see. And it causes your neck to slide, basically be way further forward than it should be. And it's like encouraging dreadful posture. It's just a weird decision to have that pillow the way that it is because it's so, like, big. So having no pillow here is actually kind of helping a little bit because it means I can lean back in the chair a little bit more and actually straighten my back, which is nice, I suppose. Actually had a doctor's appointment about my back yesterday because I was just like, right, this is clearly something that's not going to go away immediately. I figured resting it for 2 weeks, if there's no kind of changes, then it's probably best to go see a doctor. So he's given me some exercises and stuff, and I'm supposed to like rest, obviously, and heat as well. So Mr. Hootie's going to get a lot of work, but also he's referred me or implied, or basically said that I should go see a physio. So I'm going to hopefully after stream today book a physiotherapy appointment because it just so happens, and this is super convenient, that a former Premier League physio operates a physiotherapy clinic in the next town over. And he's really reasonably priced as well. So that's just super duper useful for me. So I'm going to hopefully book an appointment with him after stream. I mean, what are the odds of that? Like, this guy's been a head physio at a Premier League side and also like a general physiotherapy staff at like 3 other Premier League teams. So that's kind of dope. Don't know if he's used to seeing a fat bloke like me, but you never know, right? Ah, dear. JM Rutter, thank you for the 15 months.
Hey, not been around for a while. Had a much needed holiday.
Oh, nice.
Did I miss much in the save?
It depends what the last thing you saw, but yes, this season popped off and then popped on, but in a bad way. But now has somehow popped it back around. I know I'm going to get the magic spray. It's great. No, seriously, it's like 40 quid a session, which is not actually too bad for private physiotherapy. Because whenever the doctor was like, hey, I can refer you through like the West Essex physio thingy, but the waiting list could be quite long. But he's like, actually, most private physios around here are really reasonably priced, so I'd probably just go straight to them. And, you know, 40 quid for a session is not that bad. If it actually solves my back problem, or at least gives me some kind of way around it, then I'll happily take that. So, thank you very much for the follow. Tim Cruel, can you imagine if he was still in the game as like a coach or something? You in the coach? Yes. No, I actually live in Latvia. Latvia seems lovely. The Real Madrid. Well, that was a couple of years ago. Is it Nigel Ladd? Is he a physio now? That'd be kind of sick. Ladix, thank you very much for the subscription as well. That is very, very kind. Thank you for dropping your prime on me. Dropping it all over me. Matvia, maybe so. Right, let's get off of this. So, and also, I know I said this last stream, but I do apologize if I've seemed slightly more tetchy and irritable over the last couple of streams. And unfortunately, it is clearly the case. I can see it when I finish stream. I feel more irritable. And I think it's just because, as I'm sure any of you are aware, that have had like back pain, shoulder pain, anything like that, that doesn't go away immediately. It can really grind you down a little bit mentally because it's just exhausting. So I do apologize for that because I don't like to actually be like that unless it's for a genuine reason. I feel like I've just been a bit more irritable lately. I know, it's all those years of me gloating about his broken his spine chat, and now it's come back to haunt me, basically. Bedex, thank you very much for the 3 months as well. That's super duper nice of you. Yeah, I mean, the FM nonsense hasn't helped, but yeah, no, I think it's just a combination of all those things. But, you know, I like to be accountable for those things, because at the end of the day, it's not your problem, that's my problem, right? Oh, but to be fair, as much as we joke about Patrice's fucking up has been so rare, it's actually unbelievable. Over the last maybe 3 seasons, I think Patrice has probably been the most consistent player in this entire squad. He has not let us down. I can't think of a single time that he's let us down over the last 3 seasons. He's scored double-digit goals in every single one of those 3 seasons. This guy has been a genuine legend, and he's still only 30, still has perfect physical attributes. I reckon we could still get another 5 years out of Patrice at the really top level. I know, Drew, but I still feel like it's important to be accountable for things like that, right? I can't imagine listening to me on 2 times speed, right? Yeah, the fact that he's 30 is actually kind of magical. It's weird how time flies. Like in the video I made, I referred to Cardoso as a young Spaniard, thinking, yeah, he's only been at the club. He's 27. Bro, he's 27. He's basically dead. Like, should have had surgery. Oh my lord. Torn off the bone that normally covers it. That's horrendous. I think possibly I would be in even more pain were that to be the case. 7 years right away, or do you continue even after? I'm not sure what the question is. 7 years right away. Hang on, wait. Is it 7 years away right? I'm afraid I don't understand the question, Luigi. Yeah, that is just sounds, presumably. It'd be just like listening to Rap God repeatedly. He's only 30. He's going to age very fast, though, because man does not sleep, which means there's going to be plaque building up in his brain, and sleep is important for Fabrizio. I'm worried about you, buddy. Just have a nap occasionally. I'm just saying. It's probably for the best. Jambalaya. Great name. Thank you so much for the Prime. That's so damn kind of you. There it is. Primes always get delayed like that. And I don't know really why that is. But there you go. Thank you so much. That's really, really kind. Skin news. You can talk about it in the... There's a skin section of the Discord that Saz is always sort of operating in. Saz has some special Discord like roles that he can like do certain things. But that's probably the best way to talk about it. But yeah, brain plaque. So... I believe, now again, this is one of these things where I've read some things and it's probably wrong. So again, as with anything I say, take it with a pinch of salt. I believe they'd done some studies that linked mental degeneration later in life with conditions such as Parkinson's and other conditions like that have been vaguely linked to potentially lack of sleep can cause things like that. But again, it's just one of the many hypotheses because I don't think they really understand that sort of stuff. But it was, I believe, one of the hypotheses that were put forward that sleep deprivation could cause problems later in life like that, potentially, and put people at a higher risk of those sort of conditions. I know. It's the Map Medical Journal, obviously. Screw the British Medical Journal. It's me, your boy. Ah, dear. Throw them in the league title. You don't want that. Right, so what was this question? Let's just have a little look. Does the nation build end in 7 years? What happens in 7 years? I'm curious. Is there an apocalypse that you're not telling us about, Pierluigi? Is that what this is? Is this a doomsday prophecy? Because if so, we're going in. Dr. Wempy. Surely it would have to be Dr. Wempy. That would be me. In a nutshell. Ooh. So, I found a couple of players who I've offered contracts to. These 3 here. They were all being released by Premier League sides again, and I think it's worth us picking all 3 of them up, because why the fuck not? Particularly as 2 of them are 22. And they're both actually Irish, but English tax will still apply because they're both homegrown. So, Laskovsky, not Jake Laskovsky, a different Laskovsky. I like him. Solid centre-back. He's 30 years old, but given that he's English, we'll be able to flip him without a problem. And no international caps, which is always really tasty. I think for free, can't really go wrong with that kind of signing for us, just to bring him in. Hopefully we'll sell Philippe Rolf this window as well. These two are more for... Maybe they'll develop, maybe they won't. Building nation last 30 years. It can do if you want it to. There's no hard limit on it. Why? Where'd you hear that? But yeah, we've got Jason Coughlin as well, who's an Irish international. Right back though. Solid crossing. Tackling's all right. Pace maybe a bit sussy, but hoping it's 13 when we find out properly. I swear I've already... Oh, I have. I was going to say. So he's going to hopefully join us as well. Actually came through at St. Pat's, which is kind of dope. So, you know, be a decent player. I'm actually going to FMO. Oh, is it really? I had no idea about that. I guess that does kind of make sense, but no, on this it doesn't, no. It goes as long as we want it to. Treaty went 32 years, and that's just because we ran out of time. And we also have Kieran McCarthy from Manchester City. Now, the reason I like him, because still only 22, heading, marking, tackling are solid, 18 jumping reach, and he's 6'6". We've signed the Jolly Green Giant. Well, haven't signed him yet, but I'm hoping to sign the Jolly Green Giant. And these guys, just for me, feel like eminently flippable monsters, essentially. We club with half a star reputation to compete in the Champions League qualifiers. Okay, which club, what league, what's the wage budget? Are you semi-professional, professional? Have you tried Belgian amateurs? Is my next question. By one dude? Maybe so. It's been scouted by one dude. Who knows who the dude is, but one of the dudes has done a big scout on him. I think that... Oh, one other thing that I noticed, and you're not going to like this. Firstly, there hasn't been any further interest in an offer in Haris Živkovic at this time, so Živy is not going back on loan to Halabash. But the question you might be asking is, well, how do you know that? It's May 17th, so something weird's happened. Something very weird, and I don't really understand it personally. I went to the loan screen because I was just looking at the loan farm for the recap video. Randomly, there's a little chunk of loans here that are all expiring on the 2nd of June. Why? I have no idea why, but they are. So... it means that were we to have tried to extend them to get the 2-year thing, we would have had to done it on like the 4th of May or something, which doesn't make any sense to me because they were extended at the same time as everybody else. They all have varying contract expiry dates. They're all at various different clubs. I don't understand why their contract expires, their loan expires on the 2nd of June. But regardless, I have gone through before stream today and offered extensions, 12-month loan. Right, but they shouldn't be 12-month loans. They should be the same loans as everybody else. So, and even so, loans still go through to the exact same loan expiry point as every other season. So bear in mind, even when you do a 1-year loan, it still ends at the same date because technically their loan starts on the 1st of July, which means that a 1-year loan would put them through to the 30th of June. So it's still a 1-year loan. It's very, very strange. It could be the 2-year bug bugging out more. So all of these players, I've already gone through since we can and offered these guys out. Yeah, I don't know why that is, Captain Kenko. It's really strange. But yeah, weird stuff. One of them has even come back already. So you know Herlen Pedersen? That Norwegian dude we've got, he's already back, and I didn't even get a notification about it. I just randomly noticed him in there. So that's the thing that's happened. So that's frustrating. Now, obviously, we'll have to extend these other loans here on the 2nd of June properly. But most of these guys, I think, will still go back out on loan. The only one who won't is unfortunately going to be Harris. Now, the hope with him is if we keep him on the dev list, I'm concerned, right? Where's Cockring? He plays for Uipesh now on a permanent transfer. He signed for them last summer. So it's a little bit shit and a little bit annoying. It's, even hear me out for a contract offer. Oh, shit. Oh, San Marino, top division. That might become down to the countries and league rep, unfortunately. The league rep's probably holding you back massively there. Where is the reputation of your league compared to the others? Like on the reputation chart. Oh, the value of 0 is because when last stream, someone was saying, hey, you can offer him out for free and a club will buy him. And I was like, I promise you that won't work like that. So I tested it. But obviously, because we offered him out for free, it sets his transfer value as 0. But because he's on loan, I'm not able to switch it back again. So that's the reason he's got a transfer value of 0. The moment he returns from us, which he will, I'll just put it back to unspecified. But that's the reason for it. I must admit, it threw me as well when I looked at it in the recap video. I had a whole bit in where I was trying to figure it out, and then I figured it out and went, no one really care about that anyway. So that's the reason that he's valued at 0 at the moment. And that's also the reason that Gacic is valued at 56 million at Real Madrid, as someone pointed out in the comments to the recap video, because that's his release clause at Real Madrid. Because obviously he's Spanish, right? 4-star striker, because that's the whole point of the save. We're building a nation. They wouldn't be able to sign a 4-star striker, so we give them a 4-star striker on loan. I mean, we have 5-star players. Well, technically, sometimes we have 5-star players out on loan. Harris might actually get a game for us next season, because I don't think he's even going to be fit enough by the end of the transfer window, so we might end up... he might just have to stay for a little bit. My only hope is that Haladash can actually use some of the cash they're going to get to sign someone, but it does concern me a little bit. Also, when I was looking through some of those players to try and get on a free transfer, you'd be surprised how many of them were already joining other Hungarian sides. There's a goalkeeper at Genk. I was like, oh, he looks kind of interesting. Already joining Kisvárda. And there's another dude whose name I completely forgotten. I think he plays for one of the big Spanish sides. I thought, he looks brilliant. Already joining Kisvárda. They are making moves, my friends. 169th, yeah. That's the real problem that when you start that low, it just becomes almost impossible to actually sign players like that until you can improve the league rep. And as we found out with Ireland, even when you do, sometimes things get a little bit fucky. United, and Benzineboyo, thank you very much for the follows. Decent flip for cash. Yeah, the problem with the flip for cash part of with Zivkovic is I don't really want to give a 29-year-old world-class striker to one of our big rivals. The big hope would be maybe we could actually offer him out on a cut price deal to another Hungarian side, maybe even Haladash, provided he can get fit by the end of the window. That's my only hope with him. The problem is 2 to 4 months. We have no real expectation as to when he's going to come. That could mean anything. Well, it could mean 2 to 4 months. And I just don't know when he's actually going to be fit again. Because it's May now. Window shuts at the end of August. It's league rep is just about winning things, sadly. Football Manager Goated, thank you for the follow. It's a question of... It sounds stupid because it's like a chicken or the egg, right, KFR, because it's like you have to win to improve the rep, but you can't sign players that will help you win because of the rep.
Chato. I can't wait to be disappointed by Ferencváros today.
You and me both, pal. You and me both, Novak. Thank you so much, though, for the 3-month resub. That's very kind. And Rakidi with the 11 months. One away from
Not been around stream for a while, keeping up with YouTube, though.
YouTube.
Keep it up, mate. Great work.
I love that you've made Russell say it like that. That makes me... What is our rep? Our rep, in terms of the Hungarian rep, is... Oh, Christ, what is it? I think we're 4th. I think our rep's 4th. Yeah, so we're 4th on the rep charts at the moment. Now, that might change soon, given the success we're having in Europe. I reckon that still by the end of this save, we might actually be able to get the rep into 2nd. Not that that's the thing we're really bothered about, but it's nice to know that we actually can get it higher than that. Because with Ireland, we locked out at 7th place. We just could not get it past that at all. Windle, thank you for the follow. Hey, Porno. I'm glad that people are still able to keep up using the YouTube videos. I'm really glad I made them, because they're really fun to make and they don't take a long time to do either. But I feel like people really like them, and that makes me happy. San Marino, yeah, I mean, San Marino is a challenge that a lot of people like to take on. Honestly, that's part of the reason why I don't want to do it, just because I'm a massive hipster. That's why we're going Malta next year, friends. Hey, Prince. He's finished 2nd in the league the most. I don't know if we could find that out. It's probably Haladash by now, I suspect. The injury crisis is fine now. Like, our injury crisis currently, other than, obviously, we're missing Jasipa Ward-Prowse, as Haitian so lovingly calls him. Currently, we only are missing Sogos with a double hernia, but that's... a couple of days. Nieto will be out for... He'll be back probably by the start of the Champions League. And Mihal is still going to be out for a few more days because he had the most serious injury of the bunch. But even he's nearly back soon. Also, it occurs to me that we actually probably could have got away with playing Blaz out wide and then putting Sem through the middle. Because Blaz is so competent out wide in both positions that I think the better approach would have had Sem through the middle, Blaz on the right or the left, and then Karpanu. And it might have just given us the edge. But, hindsight's 2020, innit? Hope you start alone from. Nice! For Lewis Hall. Interesting. Lewis Hall. Is he the Chelsea dude? I'm just assuming at this point, right? No, he's not great with his Hungarian place names by any means. Let me get a prediction going for the Ferencváros game, and I'll do that lookup as well. So, but we're doing a special type of prediction today. So it's going to be UEL final, question mark, and it's going to be 3 options. So you get a chance to win extra cash here, potentially. So Ferencváros, obviously. We've got Ajax as an option, and we've also got a special option, which I've just added in this time, which is a score prediction of 3-2 to Ajax. If you want to really get fancy with it and fancy taking a special bet, you now have the option to do so. So those are your options. There's your predictions. Ah, dear. Sirens, yeah. Sirens is... I mean, I'm still not entirely locked in on Sirens, but it's pretty much what I want to do at this point, I think. No, they've been much better this season, like way better. They've sort of sorted their shit. Ironically, Kisvárda sacked their manager, took Ferencváros' manager, and then Ferencváros just hired the guy that they sacked. And would you believe it? They're up in 3rd now. Sevilla somehow. Pretty much, yeah. So, obviously, that's probably a waste of points for you, but imagine if you nailed it on 3-2 to Ajax. Like, that would get you a shitload of points, because the amount of people that are probably not going to have points on that is, I suspect, quite large. In fact, I want to see what it's actually looking like. Oh, wow. Okay, a lot of people just throwing points away here, apparently. Put a grand on Ajax, boys. Yes. But no, French Fires have been good this year. Now, obviously, bear in mind, Kisvada will be in Europe next year. This will reshuffle after today's games because we're going to have 8 teams in Europe next year. Coefficient-wise, there's no way that we can be caught. Even though Portugal do actually have Braga in the Conference League final. As far as I'm aware, though, well, actually, they might, you know, because Portugal is 7th. Chat, is there a way that Portugal might actually be able to overtake us today? Potentially. Now, bear in mind, French Farish will get an extra 1.25 just for playing. It's England this year. So the big thing with England was the lack of a team in the Conference League. England lost Leeds in the qualifying rounds because they faced Montpellier, who are now in the final. So we got very lucky with England losing a team, and that costs you shitloads of points. Like last year when Spain missed out a team in the Conference League, they got 15 points. It seems to cost you, I would say, at least 4 or 5 points over a season. So what we really need is for England to lose that team more regularly, but it's very unlikely, isn't it? Welshie Jim, thank you for the 13 months. Oh dear. So it's not ideal, but if that could happen a few more times, it might allow us to get back into it. I still think we'll finish above Portugal. Portugal have got how many teams in Europe? 6. I don't think the dilution is going to be enough for them to catch us because they'll get... hang on, let's work this out. Since we know every single permutation now, I think we'll be okay. So it'll be... If they win, it'll be 2 divided by 6, which is a pain in the tits to... Christ, what is 2 divided by 6? I wish I had a calculator at hand. I'm waiting for someone in chat to just tell me. 2 divided by 6 is the what they'd get for winning, 0.33, and then they'd get 1 divided by 6, which would be well, that's like what 0.17 recurring. So they'd get like 0.4 roughly. So basically they can't catch us, which is good news. Oh, so I think we'll be okay, even if they win, because they'll obviously get a point for appearing in it too. So I think we'll be okay, because obviously Ferencváros will get a little bump just for appearing in today's final. Since we found out that actually there are appearance points for every single round beyond the round of 16, I think it is. Year 6 maths. I know, but I'm not in year 6 anymore, am I? 0.5. Oh, okay. Right, so okay. They still won't have a problem. So we'll be okay. That's the main thing. As long as we stay in second spot for the year, it's going to be totally fine. 4 divided by 12. I don't know. I was actually quite good at maths in school, would you believe it? Like, genuinely. Did a calculator paper once without a calculator. Because I'm pro, mate. 5 out of 7 perfection. Exactly. Right, so I've already set the thing up for that game. I don't know if there's anything else I need to show you before we get cracking today in the game that really matters. Oh, actually, one thing I do want to show, just because I couldn't believe this when I actually saw it in the video. I just want to bask in the glory of this. Here we go. Oh, they've got 2 players with 5-star potential now. Muaz Naseru is now 5-star potential. That guy we picked up from Ethiopia, who we liked his attributes, but we thought maybe he didn't have the ceiling because he was rated at 3-star potential, has now been adjusted. Or the scouts have adjusted their opinions of him, or the coaches or whatever. I think we're getting better at assessing players' potential a little bit based on some of the current ability they have as well. Although maybe it's just we've got lucky with some of these guys. But for 4.2k, I think he's an absolutely baller signing. I really like this guy, and I'm hoping that we get a chance to see a little bit more of him in the rest of this save. It's also worth noting, though, with St. Lawrence having this many... Like, they've got a couple of our best young stars. Like, Papa Leal, as well, is bloody hell. He's starting to look a bit tasty, too. Like, they're actually 8th in the league this year. Like, they're doing quite a good job in the second tier. And with the likes of Leal and Nasiru in their squad, I can see their midfield pivot of those 2 is absolutely unbelievable for the second division. So, I think that's enough of that nonsense. Let's get cracking. Why the fuck not, eh? Oh yeah, this was the guy that came back randomly. Nicholas Hurlin Pedersen. Finished his loan at Spartacus in like the middle of May for no reason. So now we've got him at the books as well. I'd like to find a loan for him, but if not, he's a guy that could easily do around. Nasiru and Janosch, yeah, exactly. Is it for no? We do the finals for other teams on comprehensive, just so that it doesn't get a bit too. The only time I'd do a full match highlight maybe for another team would be if they got to the final of the Champions League, which could have happened if Haladash hadn't had 0 shots on goal against Real Madrid. But that's another problem. So I just want to quickly look up Tim Krul as well, since that was a look up, and I wouldn't want to miss those. And can I interest you in Kim Hong Rule? That's nearly Tim Krul. There's Timo Kral. Does that count? Just Timo Kral? Nearly there? Could I just do in a left winger who's 28 and from Austria? It's the Wish.com version, even though he ain't a goalkeeper. Right. Oh. That's a You're right. That is such a... If we were playing for Treaty, we'd sign him and change his name to Tim O'Crowell. Ronaldo. Ronaldo's not in the database, so I can immediately refund your points there. Ronaldo retired years ago. Oh, dear. I'm okay, Banksy. Oh, actually, that reminds me, chat. I won't be streaming Sunday because one of the things the doctor said was... He's like, just maybe... No, he doesn't become a staff. I've never seen him become a staff. Once. I've only ever seen him become a staff once. But yeah, the doctor basically said... you need to like take some time off not sitting in this chair. So I figured now might be a good time to do that. So take this weekend off entirely and try to like hopefully get the physio appointment in on early next week as well and see if that can help me improve it a little bit basically. And it's also the Women's World Cup final on Sunday morning as well. So it kind of, well, it's both, Mason, but it's more for the first thing, but the second thing is like a happy coincidence, I suppose, because I feel like a lot of attention will be on that as well, and I want to watch it too, which is just, I would already decided that was what I was going to do, and then Pog was like, well, isn't the World Cup final that morning? I was like, oh yeah. So there we go. So I figure that's for the best, just because I'd much rather be, you know, fully healthy if it's all the same. Not training too. No, I am still training, but that doesn't hurt. Like, running is fine. It's, ironically, the things I can do without being any pain is running and sleeping. Which is good, I suppose, but it's like I did 4 miles of interval training this morning. Not a problem. It's just when I stop doing it that's the problem. We've got a pointless friendly debate. No, who are you playing? Right, let's get into this game. Thank you, Anarith. I'm glad you're being as gracious as you are. Yeah, if I just never stopped running, if I was basically... Forrest Gump would never have shoulder issues is what I've decided. Now, I've got a set of exercises to do. And obviously, hopefully, the physio will be able to do a little bit more of an indirect diagnosis. Because after all, the doctor's a GP. He's not going to be horrendously clued up on the minutiae of things like that. And just defer me to someone who might know a bit more about it, you know? So, Ferencváros Ajax. I need to sit back in my chair. That's the whole point of this. Yeah, I'm permanently jogging on the spot. I'd love to get a standing desk at some point too. Because I think that would be really, really good for posture. That'd be... I've always wanted one. Because you think how, like, energetic I am. Imagine if I had a standing desk. And I have wireless headphones. I'd be running around the bastard room. I'd have to get, like, a wireless microphone to have pinned here so I could run around. Oh, dear. Right, let's go. Word kneeling desk. A kneeling desk? I haven't. That sounds appalling. Oh, I know. You mean the ones that have got the bit... Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. He stood up his desk, chat. Oh, dear. No, hang on. Narodovry. I don't think it's a Hungarian stadium. No, this sounds like Poland, right? Calves will hate you. Yeah, I guess. But I'd rather my calves be a bit sore than chronic back pain, I guess, right? Exactly. Well, I mean, to be honest, I'm probably going to try and book it. We'll see what the physio says. I might get like a sports massage or something like that. And then I'll be like, you're doing sport. And I'll be like, I promise, it did happen. Right, cue the music. Yes, it is in Poland. Is the Narodovry... Sorry. The Narodow... Hang on. Narodowy. Is that a team's ground or is that like a Polish national team stadium? I forget. It's been a while. So, they've got Boyer up front. He, of course, used to play for us. Never ideal. They've also got Guy Cisse here. Means national. Oh, so it's the national stadium. Fair enough. They've also got Wettstein. When you go to Oktoberfest and... you're doing the dishes. I don't know. It's the best I've got, chat. Also, they have Bohinen at right back, who is another guy that I thought was going to be really good and then just never turned out that way. They also have Xavier Godwin on the bench. Right, let's do it. I've actually considered that at one point. Kem Huffer. That's great. He plays a lot of Fallout, this dude. Right, let's go. What's their bench? So what have they got? They've got Mancini up front. Medjahed. They've also got Schimmelpenning actually starting. Karakalic is in there with Canahan. Those two were brilliant in the games against Villarreal. Kurto at base of midfield. Sadogo, McFarlane, Fathi, who we really liked as well, mainly because he's Egyptian. They've got our boy Rodrigo Rafa Benitez in goal on the bench. Anyone interesting? Montecino's decent. Diabate obviously is an attacking mid, so they could maybe switch things up a little bit. They've got lots of Hungarians, actually. It's weird seeing that. 30,000 steps. That is a mental amount as well. You've got a match in Bumble. Yes, Mason! Get in! Up the Mason. I don't know. Like, I'm rooting for you, bud. Right, let's go. I don't know what to think about what to expect for this game. Because Boyer is absolutely prolific in Europe. Like, he has been unbelievable. I think he scored 4 of the 5 goals that they scored against Newcastle in the semi were scored by Boyer. He's amazing. But it's a question of whether he can do it. Can he do it on a wet, windy night in Poland? That's the question. That was the highlight to the start. Oh, I suppose you get the start of the game highlight. So, Ferencváros are occupying quite a high line. They're certainly not going to play out from the back. But the big question is whether they can actually win the ball when they clear it. And I'm already a bit concerned that they've not got the height to maybe make that work. It's Wettstein. Ball back across. And I thought we were going to get the inevitable horrendous penalty decision. That always seems likely. Ajax looking pretty good to start, though. In fact, it's concerningly how good they've been. Daniel Sturridge as a scout. What's his scouting quality like? I didn't know he was actually listed as a scout. Although I once had Jurgen Klopp as my chief scout at Sassuolo randomly. He retired from, well, not retired from management, but he like changed his priorities and I was able to sign him as my head scout. He was really good too. Agbertson. Huffer. Oh God. Blockers needed over the crossbar. This is a very, very bad start for them. Right. The problem they've got is that every time they lump it long, they're not winning the knockdowns. And maybe at least got to the second ball that time, but I think they've not got a striker that's really going to be great in the air, I don't think. And I think that's going to cost them here. Schimmelpenning, though, is a goat, so we know that he'll probably grab a goal no matter what happens today. This guy's just a European monster. Yeah, I find that a lot of the big managers often seem to go into scouting randomly, which is fun. That's really wasteful. Right, come on, just keep the pressure on. I want to see that same pressure that they showed against Villarreal in that second leg. It's more like it. Get touched to him. Right, don't let him play. Oh, my God. The fullback's just been completely done there. Wettstein, and he's offside. You know what? He wasn't done. He was playing an offside trap or something. But first 10 minutes, and it's the same thing again. Benitez is targeting these fine, but they're not winning the ball. And I think that's going to be what costs them here. I could see... It seems like every highlight starts with them having a goal kick, and they're not doing anything with it. A Latvian CM. Which one? I assume it's not Kemhofer. Oh, keeper's not come for it either. Oh. Canahan's not looked anywhere near as aggressive as he did. Oh, okay, he has, but in a negative way. Oh, us. Maybe. Doesn't that mean cheese? Oh. I'm not liking this beginning. Oh, God, it's just a relentless barrage from Ajax so far. Right, keeper's coming for it, and he's punched it, at least. I don't like it when keepers do that. Please don't give a second phase goal away. Oh. It's not looking good, chat. Hugo Couto, thank you very much for the follow. So far, this is... Oh, Benavides is in defence for them as well. He's another one of our forward players, as is Bohinen. Ajax do still have 3 guys that used to play for us at least. That's a good clip through. We need a good clearance here. That should be easy for Rodrigo, but we've seen nothing out of Ferencváros so far. We are going to have to hope for an FMing at this stage, I reckon. They can't even get the ball. Ajax are great in possession. And yet, why did he move up to allow him in there? They're great in possession, but also Ferencváros are giving them a lot of space, which is really bad. Right, come on, Schimmelpenning. Oh, just get a foot in. Something, lads. Yogi Low is a scout. Nice. That's more like it. Now follow it up. That's what they need to do. More of that. Getting a foot in and actually winning the ball. I mean, it's going to have to be a counter-attack, isn't it? But again, Wettstein. Good again from McFarlane. He's offside. Okay, Wettstein seems to run offside quite a lot, which might help them. I can still see Ajax winning this 3-2, but this is just a battering so far. Which doesn't make it great. Remember, Ferencváros finished above Ajax in the group stage. It's not like Ajax are impervious, but they really do seem to have grown in confidence as the league has worn on. Wettstein, oh, for God's sake. From that angle, Armin Wettstein, this is over. They've shown absolutely nothing in this game, and now they trail. They've got nothing for him. Like, he's constantly making that run in behind the fullback, and they're doing nothing about it. That being said, he still shouldn't be scoring from that angle. That's dreadful. And unfortunately, with it being an AI-managed team, they're not going to make any changes, even though they really should be, because they've been absolutely god-awful in this game so far. They look completely out at sea, which is such a shame considering how well they've played. Look at this! Oh, my God. It's just not our year. The passing. That's proper, you're going to lose this game passing. Fathy's at least trying. He's actually putting a bit of energy in at least. They're just second to every ball. Lockers, thank you for the 5 bits. All of you that put money on Ajax, I think you're going to be incredibly happy because I'm seeing nothing from Ferencváros so far. They've not had a shot. They've not really even got into Ajax's final third particularly. Right, here we go, finally. Maybe a chance to build a play up. They've gone very narrow. Right, Canahan, here we go. Oh, okay. A shot has happened. Canahan's just had a little pop at it. That's fine. Test the keeper. At least make him do something. Here we go. Medge ahead. Dinks it forward. Flicked on. Saved again. Okay, better. No, you can do whatever you like, GSM. So basically what you do is if you go to the tournament page or whatever, and on the fixtures page for it, you can just click the little V in the middle and it will change it to attend. 2 shots. Okay. They showed a little bit towards the end of the half. Sort of. I mean, not really, but sort of. Yeah, Ajax are just all over them. They have sort of faded since the goal. No shots for Ajax since the goal, so maybe they've gone more defensive. It also doesn't help that they're both playing the same system. Schimmelpenning's looked dreadful. Nobody's looked good for them. Oh, I don't know if it's on console. I don't know if you can do that on console, but if you can, then that's how you'd go about doing it. Right. I mean, they've got nobody making any runs. Look how advanced the number 6 for Ajax is. I think they might do. I mean, at this point, I think Ajax could just play defensively for the rest of this game and they'll get this over the line. Let's see if... Oh, Ronald's off. Yeah, he must be Latvian. Yep. The moment I saw Ronald's... Once you see more than one of them, then you know. Everybody's a plural in Latvia. And Armenia a little bit. Ooh. Ajax ticking all the boxes for cool nationalities. I wouldn't mind having a cool nationality hunt later in stream, actually, since we can. But oh, it does work. That's nice. I'm glad it does. How did he lose the ball there? Yeah, it seems like the pressing ability of Ferencváros has been completely stymied by Ajax in this game. Hey, Cooper. Okay, cleared away. Right, win the header. They have to make a change. We need to see something change. That's a bit better, but Medjahead's so deep, and he's got nobody to pass the ball to. I think what they need to do is get through the next 15 minutes of this game without conceding, and then we'll get to sort of change time. Oh, God. That's when the AI teams like to make changes, usually. So I'm hoping that if they can just get through the next sort of 15 minutes of this second half without conceding a second goal, then the change can be made. Maybe. Ferencváros did, but the last 2 seasons they've been better. They came 5th last year and they've come 3rd this year and are much, much better. This is the thing as well, Anna. They have an AM on the bench. They've got Drissa Diabate on the bench, on loan from us, who's that ridiculously good AM, and they need him on the pitch soon. Because at the moment... Oh, no, not Bohinen, please. Okay, good. They just need to get through these moments. Because what we have seen in recent finals with Hungarian sides when they are struggling is that they have tended to make some changes around the 60th minute and have, generally speaking, come back into the game a little bit. So it's just about hanging on in here. Because it is all I... That's more like it. What is that? They finally win the ball by being a bit more aggressive and then just piss it away. Right, that's it. Shape him in. That's more like it. They're pressing. I think they've... It seems to me like they've adjusted their pressing intensity. They're getting in on Ajax a little bit more now. That could still cost them over the top, potentially, but they look like they're getting a bit closer to them in the midfield. Bullying them a little bit more. Here we go. A throw-in high up the pitch for Ferencváros. An opportunity to just lump across in, maybe, or lose the ball and get counted on. That's also an option here. Oh, careful, Kurto. He's their DM. We don't want him too far up the pitch. Because if they look... Because if they lose the ball... it's not a... No, it's a Cheltenham Town shirt. There, that's what we didn't want there. But 63 minutes now. They're still in this. They've not really had any major openings. Ajax are very wasteful. I say very wasteful. They haven't had their biggest of chances in this game. So they're still only... I think they're actually still sub 1 XG in this game. So they're probably about good value for their lead. I watch key highlights most of the time. This is on comprehensive because we're obviously it's a European final, but normally we watch on key. Oh! Bloody hell, Rodrigo. It's a very nice shirt. Yeah, I was really happy with it. Oh, why Cheltenham? It was a gift. It was a gift from SI. So it was like they gave us these random shirt boxes, and it's just the one I happened to pick up. Ah, we're all Ferencváros fans today, Regani. Billy, thank you for the follow. I can totally see this game just fizzling out because there's still been 0 changes for Ferencváros, and it's now 70 minutes into the game nearly, and you're a goal down in a final. Like, make a change. Right, that's it. Bring it down. Canahan, oh, he's lost it again. You know when you can just sort of feel that they're not going to achieve anything? When players like Canahan are just misplacing every single pass and every touch is bad. And right, a change. Diabate is on for Canahan. Here we go, chat. Does that mean a system change? It better. Because Diabate is the player they need on the pitch. Canahan, I'm surprised, has gone off. But I'm glad someone's gone off. And he hasn't had a good game, to be fair. So watch them score before we can even have a chance to see what happens here. Fathy, right. Schimmelpenning. Has it changed the system? Let's switch this to Ferencváros. No. They've... Oh, my God. They've gone to a back 5, which means this game is never going to concede. They're not going to see a goal. Just because AI team's playing back 5s. It's just not happening. The moment you go to a back 5, it's pretty much over. They're getting Ronald's rolled. But at least they've made a change. I think they've actually made a second change. Here we go. This is better. Right, that's what we needed. Yes, Medj ahead. Just take the shot on, buddy. Oh, much more like it. Immediately, the moment they got Diabate on the ball, bang, finds the pass. Gotta score. Gotta score there, though. Another shot has happened, indeed. Mancini's ball in. Keeper's going to collect that easily. But at least it was an opening. That was a chance. I think Mancini's on a 6.1, and they've made one... No, they've made 3 subs, actually. They've got Badic on and Monticino. Come on. They're playing appallingly. They've got 10 minutes. Please just throw something at them. Here we go. Mancini's ball. Look at the back post. Bit of an overload, maybe. But we still have the ball. Oh, my God. Imagine if that had gone in from Medj ahead there. They're pressed up on them. Come on, show something. I'd rather them lose 2-0 than not try. It's a very good effort. The fact that he kept that on target is surprising. Bohinen, keep it in play. No. This is not the sort of performances that we've seen from them. Great effort, though. That would have been one of the greatest goals we've seen in the entire save if that had sailed in. I still think the Kishvara goal against City, despite the quality of the goal not being very high, was one of my favourite goals of this entire save. Come on, lads. Still got time. Oh, no. Go on. Yes, guy, that's better. Wettstein has been really good. Another corner. And now Ajax make changes as well. I mean, we've seen stuff happen in the last stages. It's still only 1-0. Anything could happen. Oh, we've only had one Hungarian side win a Conference League. It's 8 attempts, 1 win. And in the Europa League, it's now going to be, I think, 5 attempts, 2 wins. I think this is the 5th Europa League final. Might be 4th. It's either 4th or 5th. It's still a lot, which is very good. Certainly seeing a lot of highlights now, so I'm guessing everything's kind of opened up a little bit more. But, oh my lord. I wonder what his first name is. It would just be like, what is his name? Oh, Ikuya A. Oh, he's Japanese. Okay, I've never seen that as a Japanese surname before. Damn, he's actually really good. Listed. Hey, Ferencváros, if you fancy picking up a player, maybe get him. Right, come on, 5 minutes. Anything, please. The fact that they've not substituted one of their strikers disappoints me, considering they're both having absolutely woeful games. Right, breakaway chance. Come on. Yes, no, yes, come on. Mancini, right. Support needed. That's fine. Drop it off. I thought there was at least going to be a highlight there. But this is their moment, maybe. They can build it up from the back. They've still got 4 minutes. Oh, no. We've still got bodies forward. This is better. Need the right pass here, though. Diabate's got to find it. Yes, he does find the pass. McFarlane. It's a corner. It's a corner to Ferencváros. Diabate has been their best player since he's come on the pitch. He's been the one guy that's actually done something. Oh, it's a free kick to Ajax. I thought that was going to be a penalty. I thought that was going to be a penalty. Imagine a penalty given there. Hello, ball in. Cleared away, but not fully cleared. They're in a bit of a pickle here. Oh, if they could have just pressed them a bit higher there. Oh. I think they'll just be able to hold on to the ball for the rest of this game now. They just have to throw everything at them there. Come on, just show a bit of fight. Oh, here we go. Wettstein's going to score another one. Oh, well defended by Gomet. What are you doing? I thought that genuinely the ref had given a penalty there because the ball, they all just stopped playing. They're going to lose 1-0. They're going to deserve to lose as well. They've been comfortably the worst side. I think 1-0 is pretty much about fair. Oh, that's just so poor. Giving away a free kick there. That's basically just giving Ajax the cup. Ah, fuck. Well, they got there, right? They've got there. This has not been good from them. Hungarian teams in finals, eh? And there it is. Ferencváros lose the Europa League final, but they did well to get there. We're not watching this. That's frustrating. That was grim. They just didn't do what they needed to do. We'll get a little bump. Yeah, so we'll go to... Sorry? Yes, for the coefficient. They haven't gained it. We haven't gained anything. Let's go to the next day. These will only be 1 year loans, unfortunately, because we have no choice, but they will still be 1 year loans, even though it says that. We'll go to the next day. Because as far as I can see, maybe it's because he didn't show up there yet. I don't think we got given any points for that, when we definitely should have been after all the calculations we did last stream. Particularly as you normally get one for that. Right? 1 second, Bengal Costa. I want to see if we've got our points first. Because if we've not been... I mean, I don't think it matters, but... Yes, there we go. It took it going to, like, the schedule page for us to get the extra points. So there we go. 20.688, which means that Portugal cannot catch us. So we are going to get second spot on the coefficients this year. Let me pay out your points. Choose prediction outcome. So, ooh, wow. It was Ajax. Enjoy your points, friendos. Oh. Okay. Right. The next question then becomes... Italy, how? Yeah, Italy have done really well this season. I triggered Velasquez's extension as well. I signed him up to a really long contract right before the board would stop letting me. So right before I think when he was 30, I gave him a 4-year extension with a 3-year option in it. That way I wouldn't have to keep extending his contract every year. Because obviously after a certain point, I didn't miss it, HP. We've only just come out of the game. I promise it's like, I'm not going to be able to do them instantly. Like, I was getting to it, but there's a process to these things. This guy, presumably, is the player you're on about. And an extra team in Europe compared to England, which actually... The problem is, though, Richard, that team is Kekshmet in the Champions League. And they're going to be rubbish. They've got 33rd place written all over them, unfortunately. They've really only got the likes of Alaku to be any good. So I feel like it's actually going to be more of an anchor this year, because we don't have Debrecen in Europe, who somehow came 9th, despite... Yeah, was this the correct player? Because he's a regen. But yeah, so we'll have 8 spots this year, GSM. It is possible. Mate, yeah, as far as I'm aware, it is. If you get the right draws and everything, right? Just want to see the name. That is the name, as far as I can tell. A cheeky date. Oh, enjoy your date, Blue Banana. Is it with Mason? Is that what's happened here? You've matched each other on Bumble. Guy was Dutch. Well, I mean, he's Dutch Surinamese. I mean, this is a regen anyway, and the name is, yeah. Hey, Callum. How's it going, man? So Velasquez gets that. We get Newell's our boys as well. I want to sort out these contracts that we've got in the meantime, too. Plus, we need to get to the 2nd of June as well to do our loan extensions. Okay, so we're going to get Kieran McCarthy. It's a decent whack change, but I think the sell-on value with someone like him, especially since he's a 6'6" monster, is probably worth our while. Particularly being that young. I think we could probably sell him quite nicely. So, which team it is? So, the way it works is, when we get the 8th team, it shuffles it all down. So, you get an extra team in the Champions League, which will go to 5th, and then everything shuffles down by 1. So, Uipesh will stay in the Europa League, but Honvéd will now be into the Europa League, and then Kishvarda will get the Conference League slot, which, by the way, that I really like. Kishvarda getting Conference League, that is scary for Conference League teams. These guys should have been in the quarterfinals of the Champions League this year. Really, if we're being fair, they should have got past Shakhtar. That's really not too much to say. And they would have actually ended up playing... I don't know, they would have played Porto in the next round too. They probably could have gone even further. And they're signing people too. They're getting Escudero from Atletico. They're getting a goalkeeper from Ghent. I would be surprised if they're not going to be an absolute monster next year. So, Hulk Yoga. I'm due one of those. Albardi FM, thank you very much for the follow. Let's yoga it up. No, so you'll never get 9... Well, no, sorry. It's not that you'll never get 9 places. The only places... The maximum amount of places that you can get based on pure coefficient is 8. So that the way you get 8 is by having 7 teams already in, so being top 5, and then finishing in the top 2 in coefficients on a single year. That's how you get 8. You can have 11, but that would be insanely impossible. So the way that you'd get 11 would be, in our current situation, to get 11 teams in Europe next year. What would have to happen... I'm waiting for the league table to show back up again. Yeah, 9 is possible, but 9 would have to happen... There's permutations for 9 that can't just happen through coefficient. So to get 11, for example, this season, Debrecen would have to have won the Conference League, whilst also not qualifying for Europe. Spartacus would have had to have won the Europa League, while not qualifying for Europe. And Jury would have had to have won the Champions League, or any combination of those 3 things, while all not qualifying for Europe. That's how you get 11. I have seen it once or twice, with England, obviously. But yeah, the maximum you can have is 11 teams in Europe. but it's so rare for obvious reasons. Pabs, thank you for the follow, and Soul Funk Baby as well. Hang on, Industry Slaven, thank you very much for the 2 months. I don't know why I struggle with that, and I don't know why I nearly pressed the Patrice button. KXM in the Champions League, yes, not ideal. Not really. I wasn't interested in the coefficients, nah, but now I have, probably won't do those again. Now I have no choice but to be interested in it. Yes, in our league, it technically is possible. I mean, to be fair, it's always been possible. Ferencváros nearly did it. Did you miss it? You did. Let me get a pinned message. I'll sort myself out here. So the final was, sadly, Ferencváros 0, Ajax 1, which is a shame. Right, let me just pin that. Pin. Manually unpin. Sorted. Cool. That'll be pinned. Yeah, they weren't very good. They played quite poor. Ajax scored a really nice finish from a tight angle. Keeper should have done a bit better, but yeah, it wasn't to be. Oh, how do I get rid of this from my screen? There we go. Radovanovic is extending his load. So yeah, Halalash definitely not taking back our boy. Oh, we're getting Laskovsky too. Nice. League One won the FA Cup. Does that mean you're in? Yes, it does. Yeah, if you win the FA Cup, you're in Europe. It wasn't 3-2. So that's something, right? We could be thankful of that. So we're getting Laskovsky as well. I think one big player I think Lorival has to go this summer. We do, Anarith, because of the lack of money that we're going to get. We lost out on 60 million in competition prize money this year. And I think Lorival might be the perfect man to sell because he's so injury prone that he's never managed to get a run of games in the team. Zivkovic, if he comes back, the plan is firstly to try and sell him. But we'd have to wait until he's healed, which probably isn't going to be until later in the window. My hope is that we can get him back, heal him up with our wonderful physios, and then hopefully maybe move him on to maybe even someone like Halalash at a cut price fee. We just have to drop the interest. I don't, Gingerbread Man. I mean, I use a 4-2-3-1 tactic, so you could use mine if you want. Another injury, great. It does seem like you get less of the 3-2s in the we haven't had a 3-2 defeat in the... Or have we? No, I think we have actually, haven't we? Lorival, I think, is a face in the game, possibly, yeah. Well, there are some wanted players, but they're not... Like, let's sort by value so we can sort of see. That's changed. Before stream, Cooper was worth 120 million and Vlaz 150. So it's just knocked, nice 20 million on it. The goal is to be number 1 of the coefficients. So, these guys obviously I don't want to go anywhere. Bartechko, I still think he's such a useful player. Like, I'd sell him if push came to shove, but I don't really want to. Raposo, we possibly could actually. But I don't know if I really want to do that. If the money was there, maybe. There's Manier as well, who's wanted. Romero, but I like Romero a lot. And then once we get further down, it starts to get sort of into the, meaningless prices. Now, obviously, there's a few players out injured as well who might be wanted, but it's not great. I'm hoping... Someone like Lorival, I think, might be a good sale. Because he never gets enough game time because he's always injured. I'm trying to think how many injuries he's had just this year. Well, I mean, there's your answer. So, after he joined us, concussion, twisted ankle, ligaments, bruised ankle, upper leg, ligaments. He has a lot of ankle ligaments problems, and I'm guessing that he has a recurring injury. Janosch, what about him? Needed Valdo. We need him a lot. He's an unbelievable player. I would not sell Valdo. Like, he's an absolutely stunning footballer. I think he's fantastic. I have no reason to sell him. Particularly as I prefer him over most other people. Like, I feel like him and Mihal are probably our best 2 wingers. I'm not going to force him out, Richard, particularly as it's only May, right? How influential are good regional academies at clubs with good... I don't think they make any difference, as far as I know. From what Max has tested, basically, you getting big players in your youth intake really comes down to having high youth recruitment and winning the draft, essentially. Oh, hello! Tell you what, he's got some tent poles. Not the paciest of strikers, but he's a tent pole merchant. Janosch video. Well, Janosch hasn't done anything, but I can still show him. Maybe that'll trigger it. Who knows? Almost the mullet, too. I mean, he's developing, which is the main thing. Like, he only got 14 starts this year. None of those affiliates, they won't influence the quality of players that you get. They could, if you get like foreign affiliates, they can influence the nationalities of some of the players you get. But as far as I'm aware, it doesn't influence the quality. That's pretty much solely based on the reputation of your team, your league, and I think youth recruitment is also extremely important. I think junior coaching too, maybe. MV Maka, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, he's been 4.5 stars for a little while, but he's still brilliant. So I'm not super asked about him. Krollis does right. Nah, Krollis would be gone a long time ago. But I'm still going to do the Janosch thing, because why wouldn't we at this point? Bro's banishing danger. What can I say? GSM, thank you for the follow as well. It's very kind of you. Janosch's dev graph. Yeah, let's have a look. Now we've actually got a bit more information about it.
Cooper,
so we've got...
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves.
Good moves. Like, everything, generally speaking, is mostly going in an upward direction for what we're looking for anyway. Toft, thank you for the follow. So he's increasing in a lot of areas. Finishing is going up really high, which is lovely. Penalty taking as well. That just improves, right? Multiple, maybe so, yeah. 45 in 38 games. That's pretty damn good. I mean, our striker, I think, got 47 in about the same, actually, I think, this season. Obviously, in all competitions. Could have had more if it wasn't for his lack of quality in the Champions League. Really did cost us. So, he's improving. Obviously, it's slow progress at the moment, but he's getting there. And he's already gone up in decisions, composure. His anticipation's gone up by a full amount. But nice seeing, like, full upward arrows as well on certain things, including his finishing, which is going to come in handy, honestly, because, you know, that role is going to require a little bit of finishing. Also, his strength is going up too, which is nice. We do need a little bit of that. Manchester United, sure. I'm not sure what I can really show you about them, other than they exist. Shooting for till 3 o'clock. It's weird how... Oh, they've got Kenny. By the way, Kenny... Oh, did you guys see in the recap video how weirdly United have been utilising Kenny? It's abysmal, the way they've been utilising him. So, he's played 2 games for them in the league this season. Actually, I don't know what that really counts, because he's played 2 in the league and 2 substitute appearances off the bench. Once as a wing-back and once as a striker. 2 positions that he literally cannot play in. Why did they sign him? What were they thinking? But nevertheless, that's what's... Yeah. UK. Yeah. UK time. As I said last stream, whenever I say a time, it's my time. Yeah, United love signing our players. And then just not playing them. It's an absolute theme. It has happened a few times, AMC. It seems to happen a lot at AI clubs. Man United really are smoking some good shit in this save. The amount of times that they've spent over now 150 million on players from us over the last couple of years without playing. No, the premise we only have Hungary loaded. Yeah, United have done this at least 3 times now with one of our players. They'll sign them for huge money, although admittedly he was the cheap buy. They spent 75 million on Dylan Chambers and he played 3 games for them in 4 years. They spent, I think, 60 million on Tex-Mex and I think he played 2 games for them. No, it was 1 game a year, wasn't it? Over the course of like 5 years. So we really came out of that looking pretty damn good is what I'm saying, which was nice. So yeah, United are obviously doing United things. Don't know about like Premier League titles or anything like that. Dominic Thompson is actually their current manager. Yeah, Camille Krause. I regret selling him, I think. I think that we maybe could have... Have I actually got a team report on these guys? No, I didn't. Sick. Tex-Mex was literally one of the best players in the world, yeah. I don't know Chronicle Procrastination, but it's never once worked out well for me. Because sleep is just important. With Chambers, he is still there, I think. Or, I think they actually sold him to Atletico? Oh my god, Dylan's still there. Oh, Dylan. Who's he joining? Sheffield United. He's been at United for 5 seasons, really. Like, bloody hell. Christmas? No, God, no, we won't be at Christmas. We won't be out of the transfer window. This is a transfer stream. So we will be in, like, June, probably. So I tend to... So basically, GSM, if anyone is new, I split the save up into 4 segments each season. So we do... this is a transfer stream / European final, if there is one. Obviously, there was. So we do that, and then we do as much transfer stuff as we can get done. Then the next stream, it's all Champions League group stage, so it's the 6 games that you get before Christmas. Then in the next stream after that, it's the after Christmas matches, and then like youth intake, some league stuff in there, and then the first knockout round, usually. And then the last one will be the remainder of any kind of knockout matches. Then yes, we sim. We sim basically any game that isn't European football, unless we are knocked out of Europe, in which case we do like tactical incubator stuff in the Premier League. The Premier League, you know what I mean. Yeah, that's fine. So we've passed FFP for this year, which is the main thing. And we've still somehow made a profit. We've got a new sponsor, but it's barely anything. So it's Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, but not this Sunday for streams, as I've been... I'm going to say it, chat. I've been signed off. Industry Insider? I don't know. I think I would expect him to come back by now, Millennium, right? Because we've had a weekend of Premier League football, and I just figured they were taking a break until the start of, you know, the new Premier League cycle. But it is weird that they've not come back. Yeah, Van Damme's selling the most shirts. Maybe they just really like having Van Damme on their shirts. Pulling a sickie. I mean, you could call it that. It can be so far. Not... Actually, I don't know how many. We'll have a look. Bohatch's load is extended. And Pinder as well. So how many... I think we've got quite a few joining us too. We have to be careful with that. So far, we've got... What's that? 10? 9 guys. So we've got Suarez, Paulo Bemhaya, which is just a cool name. Hamadou Mane. I genuinely can't even remember when we signed him, but it's presumably just us finding a random player in one of the African leagues squads and then just going, hey, we'll have him. And then it's like 2 years later when he actually joins us. Pushkas on a free. Boothby, which I'm excited about. I'm really excited about James Boothby. Because as a roaming playmaker, this guy is goated. 17 passing, 17 vision. He's very good. Really like him. Maguire to Fulham. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just don't know if we actually need him at the moment. We've just signed Calvin Bassey, and I don't know if that's where I would want us to be spending loads of money right now. Particularly not with the fact that we're probably still going to lose Mitrovic, so we might need to make sure that we're actually trying to look for signing a striker, right? Midway through a save in game setup. No, so there's no game setup you can do midway through a save. However, there is a thing you can do if you want a certain nation to produce loads of really good players all of a sudden. And that is turning the league on as view only and then switching it to playable. I've got a video coming up about this later in the week, or maybe early next week, and the results are horrifying. It creates like ridiculously. Buy you on a free. Take that. I would absolutely take that. I obviously got the new guys I just showed you, and also a random dude who I don't think is actually joining us yet.
It's good.
Which was just this guy we picked up for free from Bolivia. Just because we haven't had a Bolivian for a little while. And he's like the best one we've seen for a little while. So we figured, fuck it. For the loan farm. Can't hurt. Neurocomia. Thank you for the follow. Yes. So when I did it with Belgium, I did a little test. We ended up with 399 PA players in like 5 years. And out of the top 100 players that genned in Belgium over that period, the lowest was 171 PA. Which is like world class. And the stats don't lie. So I did it with Slovakia as well as to do a slightly different test. So over the top 100, by doing this little flipping on and off thing, over the top 100 players, they were on average 5% better in PA. Over the top 20, they were on average 10% better in PA. And over the top 10, which is the ones you're really looking for, it was 12% on average. And I think it will vary more depending on the reputation of the league you're doing it in. Japanese, ooh. That's kind of cool. Is that, no, not Kamada, because Kamada was the guy that was released, wasn't he, somehow? And was, like, really good. Yeah, I don't know how well it would work with San Marino. They would be better, but I feel like it's basis. So basically what happens is, it's because if you start a save with, Endo. Oh, okay, cool. If you start a save with our players to playable leagues loaded, right, which is, who doesn't do that? Like, let's be honest. It means that when you go from viewer only to playable, it seems to dump players into clubs that don't need them, basically. They did lose. It wasn't undeserved, no. They very much deserved to lose. They weren't particularly good. So they've gone from Hendo to Endo. I like it. Dropping the H. Doesn't have much of a bad league. I haven't tested... I mean, like I said, with Slovakia, which isn't like a world-class league, it's still produced, on average, like I said, 5% increase in PA for top 100 players, 10% for top 20, and 12% for top 10, and that makes a difference. Like, instead of getting the top Slovakian players in that period being like 140 to 150 PA, it was giving you like high 160s. I think it would be more helpful if you're doing a national team save, potentially. An Atrium Steps. Very Fresh didn't show up, sadly, no. It was a real shame. For Switch National League, I would do the same. I don't know, actually. I hadn't considered it. Maybe. But I don't know if it's to do with the league, the nation being switched on as well. Ignore the stars. Go on attributes and previous stats. Well, I mean, I wouldn't ignore the stars. If you can't see PA... Stars are important. Stars, think of the stars as like indicators rather than pure quality. So, for example, this guy is considered an elite centre-back, which is insanely good. Yeah, he's 2.5-star current ability in our team. Like, he's a very, very decent centre-back. And it will just depend, because remember, the stars are based around the players you have as well. You never tick it. I personally would have it ticked, because it basically means that you will get less regens if you don't have it ticked. So those guys are done. But yeah, no, stars are important, but only as like a guide. So you'll see some, like the amount of times we've had a player come through that's got like 5-star potential, and we'll look at him and go, wow, his attributes are really naff, meaning that either he's got higher potential but really low current ability, or it's just a really bad scout report, which is why we tend to send Gonzalo around to have a little gander for a couple of weeks. There was a guy that we were looking at Sturmgratz. He was A- rated by our scouts, like regularly, stayed at 5-star potential. Sent Gonzalo round for a couple of weeks, immediately dropped to 3 stars and was like a D-rated player. It's amazing how important that is. Hey, Mark. A wedding. Ooh. This is where you're like, it's my wedding. We're getting married again. Renewing the vows. Yeah, also remember that form plays a role in stars too. True. I feel like that's... I don't really like that. To me, the form... I think if they were going to have form play a role in that, it needs to be much more gradual, because I feel like it's too drastic. A player has like a really good run of 5 games and suddenly they can go from 3 stars to 5 stars, which is just mad. I feel like form stars should maybe be a secondary category that you could use to take... And it could matter, but I feel like it's a little bit misleading. No actual scouting on console. Really? That's... Hang on. There must be, surely. I've never played it on console, though, so I genuinely don't know. Talent is permanent. Exactly. So Juan's one top goal scorer, which means that league must have finished. So did Pushkas get promoted, or did they... Please tell me they bottled it. Thank you. Pushkas bottled it. They had 76 points going into the final day, and Ica had 75. Ica won 3-0 at Shirokshire, and Pushkas lost at home. Wait, they won. Hang on, what? Did Ica have a game in hand or something? Ica must have had a game in hand that I missed. Because when I looked in the recap video, Pushkas were definitely second. Oh, because I just don't really like them. They've failed to take their chances. Yeah, Molfehev are struggling down there too. Vashash being continually mid, which is what they do. So it's going to be nice to have Ica back in the top flight. I don't know if they've got some players. They've got, you know, they've got Mr. Sunscreen. They've got Pashinovic. They've got Banhoro, Skirmadal, Jose, and Van Beek. Like, that's a good team they've got there. Bay Hudson!
The office is out with COVID, so I've been forced to work from home.
Gah.
Oh dear, I guess I've got to watch Hungary Matto. What a shame.
Bay, you'll have missed this, but during the last stream, I was able to wear the Gas Boys shirt. It fits. I was hoping you'd be in that day. Just for you. Harv! I'm going to sit back.
3 entire years watching this pathetic little man play with his pathetic little computer man.
You know it.
Shameful. How should we celebrate our 3-year anniversary? Should I wear you like a glove puppet? Smell my fingers and notice the hint of frazzles?
Frazzles?
I am scum. Why do I do this to myself? Get a sock, stuff it down my hole and call me Bulbasaur. Keep up the good work, pal. Here's to 3 more years of strange messages. Love to the family into the frazzle hole.
The frazzle hole! Poggy's a lot of crisps, so I'm going to start calling her that. Thank you, Harv, for the 36 months. Oh, yeah, I couldn't believe it, babe. I tried to put it on the other day as a joke, and it just fit. It was great. Oh, Jesus. Right, okay. A cheeky Harold Bishop Ultras to really get us going as well. You know what to do, my friends. And a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a deuce, and a uno, and a go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's great and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's great and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Man speaks only in facts. What can I say? Dat guy Waldo, thank you very much for the follow as well. For some reason, your name made me think of a character from the old Soul Calibur. I think it was Soul Calibur. It's called Voldo. Was that Tekken? No, that was Yoshimitsu in Tekken, wasn't it? It was Voldo. I think it was in Soul Calibur. Don't know why it made me think of that, but it did. And it was a happy thought. What's an ice cream sunny? I don't know. That sounds like a sex thing. Harold's always there for us. Harold and Margot will always be here to save our day. Right, just make sure I catch up on the requests. Oh, we didn't look up Kraus. My bad. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, he's got Robin Kraus. Loads of Krauses. Krauses all over the shop. Ace Blanket, no, but I'd love to. You know I love me a kit release. I watched Ellis's video of him showing off his kit collection yesterday. Man, there's a lot of kits. Missing any Fulham shirts, though. So, like, you know, get a grip, Ellis. Jesus. Sexy frazzle hole. I don't think she'd agree to that somehow. Which just means she's no fun, right? Let's have a look. AC Milan kit. Oh! That's sick. That's like Vaporwave. I love that. You know, I'm really picky when it comes to... I feel like kits that try to do stuff like this... It is a bit Fortnite skin, actually. I like it because it's like Vaporwave aesthetic. No, I'm a big fan of that. Especially this weekend. You're just saying that down. No, we're probably going to lose. I don't even know. Just the fact we beat Everton just made me feel so much better out the season. Yeah, I know. That's actually started happening, Arabas. We've had Eugens retire now. Hello, Pog. How's it going? That kit is poggy, though. Really, really nice. DHK. Oh, mate. Yes. Basically. Hui! Thank you for the follow. Oh, my neck's kind of tight and sore. Oh, dear. Night extraction. Yeah, I mean, I love that whole aesthetic. Basically. It's great. But yeah, that's Camille Kraus. Still doing his thing. Form of a Beesman on Saturday. Oh, I don't think I can allow it. I'll let you have next week. How about that? Who are you playing next week? We did the Harrowbridge Vultures and Postacoglu. I don't know if he'll actually still be around in the game. I don't know how old he is in real life. Oh. No, he has retired. Officially. Let's see his staff history.
Cooper.
So he was Celtic manager for 14 years and then did 3 years as the Spanish manager. And then that. Basically, he just didn't really do a great deal. As is often the case in saves like this, to be fair. But he retired at 72, so, you know, did he actually retire in 2037 as well? Don't know if we can actually see that. Regardless, he managed Spain. That's decent. The Inverted Fullback, thank you for the follow. I did no such thing, Pog. This is an entirely half suggestion, and I will not stand for it. Second Frazzle. Oh, God. That's just not so. That feels like an Urban Dictionary rabbit hole you don't want to go down, basically. Right. Shot. Look for the colour in the time like it was designed. A little bit, yeah. Just a little tiny bit. Banfield, surely they've got... Wow, really? Wow. Okay, Argentina having a really lean... Yeah, I'm still going to scout them because they will get players back in eventually, but... One thing I wouldn't mind doing today, chat, actually, is trying to find some like more obscure places to have a little look for some players, because I realised that what we'll do is we'll go to the thing and see if there's any countries that we've missed out on and maybe find a few extras, because I think Asia might be slacking a little bit, and I don't think we've maybe looked at Asia as much as maybe we could do, and there might be a few like potentially good players knocking about that we might miss out on. I want to find a Sri Lankan, basically, is what I'm saying. So they've got Jurgen Sorga, also Valdinho in there too. Not a lot of players. Double Frazzles. Like, nah, CU Academy, we have them. Australia, we've got pretty much covered. I'm talking more like, I don't know, not South Korea. I'm more like Thailand or fucking... Less Iran. I think we've got Iran. Places like Thailand that we maybe don't have listed, but maybe are worth a look. Because I want a Thai guy, basically. Cambodia, maybe, yeah. India, perhaps, yeah, honestly. If we can find a couple of clubs. Maybe bump them up on the priority list for a little bit. Brunei, oh, that'd be so dope. If we could actually find any kind of... I would love to see a good Brunei player, but... best chance we got of that probably is a second nationality or something. You know? And maybe some of like the African countries that maybe we don't look at so much, since we've found some great players doing that in the past, but you just don't want to focus too much time on it, because you know that most of the time you're not going to get any good players, right? But it's worth a look, right? Because it's just fun, isn't it? Eric Husiklep, I don't think he is, as far as I'm aware, but if I told you that, right? So basically, Fluky, once you set it to viewable, you'll have to then wait for it to become viewable and then turn it to playable, basically. So if it's already viewable and it's actually active and viewable, then you just switch it and wait for the thing to tick over. And then the moment it ticks over to playable, then it's going to be good. Our budget for this season is massive, but our budget in the bank is not. So, yeah, we've got to be careful. We're going to have to sell to buy pretty much this summer. A lot of cheap pickups. Yeah, Sudan. I've actually seen some interesting players from Sudan. This is what I mean. I want to find players like that, basically. Sport Club. Yeah, so that was Bran. Not really much to say about them, unfortunately. They're just sort of there. We haven't really found many good players from Bran, really. It's usually Boda, though, killing it as well. Oh, no! Marino Brazale. I thought his name was Marino Frazzle. That would have been great. From Benin. We actually had a goalkeeper from Benin. He was Beninese Romanian. Came through at a Romanian side. Somali wonder kid, that'd be dope. We did find a Somali guy that was kind of alright once, didn't we? May as well remember name? Yeah, I think we should. Congratulations, Marino. You're now... Yeah, I'm putting 3 Z's in. He's earned that third Z. He's a sleepy boy. What can I say? 100 points for that. Yeah, let's start with UAE. Why not? See if we can find any... Firstly, if there's any young players in their national team squad. That's always a sign that they might be quite decent. Personally, for me, 20 years old, probably worth a scout. Temp polls look okay, right? EU rankings after 30 seasons. I don't know what you mean by EU rankings, but like the coefficient of the Hungarian league for the... That is second at the moment. But I don't know about 3,000 3 years into the future. You have to ask Busted. They'll have all the information about that. So he looks okay. The other one that is interesting was when you find like a 15-year-old that's in the under 23 squad or something like that, right? Let me go to the actual national team, see if there's any fun ones. Uzbekistan. So one of the things I do is I'll often look through these national teams randomly off stream sometimes just for the funnies. And I'll just be looking through like the lesser fancy nations. And that's how I found that Kyrgyzstan guy. Guys who are like younger than you'd expect to be playing in their full national team, really. So Vietnam, for example, there's a Czech guy here, 18 years old, and he's got Nguyen the An. I quite like that. Slavia Prague, on loan at the moment, but Guy the Ant. Just the fact that he's got the in the name. Unfortunately, Fuzzy Buttons, it wasn't great. We do have a pinned message that should be at the top of the chat. 17-year-old striker. Yeah, we'll have a look at him as well. Nguyen Quang Hai. Fuck it, why not, right? Give our scouts actually something to do for once. Yemen. He's 17. Worth a look. Strange sentence. Probably not that great, but yeah, you never know, right? Right, Afghanistan? No, surprisingly not. Oh, has it vanished? That's weird. Huh. I definitely said it to... Let me try again. I'll do it a second time, chat, just for you. Ferenc. It says a guy called Dirk Feller. French Forest. No, I keep putting one. It's like wishful thinking there, Matt. IX. I've just written Jax. Good old Jax. What a bunch. Right, let me try pinning message. Manually unpin at end of stream. There we go. That should hopefully stay up now. And then I should be able to do that. There we go. Right. Oh, I think I might have accidentally unpinned it. Afghan German. Oh, okay. He might be worth an ace 34 though. Oh yeah, sorry, at the bottom. You're right. Dirk Feller. Was born in Farah. He played against Brunei. There you go. That's nearly the same thing, right? Andy Trek, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, this is actually quite... I think I'm actually going to have quite a nice time doing this today. We haven't really done this live for a while, if at all ever. We might find some good stuff today. I'm just going to go through them all, because why the hell not? There's no Nicholas Jensen Basberg, unfortunately. Oh, no, sorry. Yes, Jensen. My bad. There's several Nicholas Jensens, but sadly no Nicholas Jensen Vasberg. I'll refund your points. Yeah, 1-0's not too bad. They weren't superb. Australia, I'm guessing he's probably already Feyenoord. Good player, but Feyenoord. Bahrain? 16-year-old from Bahrain, maybe? Worth a look, maybe? Bangladesh? 17-year-old from Bangladesh? Oh, hang on. A Bangladeshi Senegalese dude. Okay. That's an interesting combination. Born in Bangladesh. Senegalese parents, maybe? Not what I would have expected. And also this guy here, who's Norwegian. Shahariar Hossain. Like I said, we will get to the nations. I'm not just going to skip around. It's just easier to just go one by one like that. I was going to do like a couple, but I figured we might as well have a look through the whole lot of them, right? Cardiff are going to probably be League 1. Another championship. I suspect they will have spent a couple of years in League 1 in this save. Usually they do. Even Smith. I've managed way too many teams that aren't in... Oh no, they've been steady championship at least for the last 7 years anyway. With 3 nationalities. Possibly, but I might have just not been paying attention in fairness. So it can happen, definitely. But, oh, here we go. This one will tell us all. This guy knows everything. Daffyd knows the whole... So yeah, they did a single season in League 1 in 2030, but have been really consistent championship. Yeah, actually, I'm surprised. Usually I see Cardiff in League 1 quite a lot. There's a guy called Javier Scally. Nice. Good name. Very solid. And Don Baker, who I'm fairly certain works for SI. So I'm guessing he's a face in the game.
In winter, it can
almost certainly he's a face in the game. Cheddars, thank you for the follow. I'll get that one sorted as well. And Wrexham, I think the last time we looked at Wrexham, they were... I think League 1. Yeah. Sometimes they do go up as far as the Championship. Oh, welcome in, Cheddars. A newly employed man. Hell yes, Gavin. That's awesome, man. I was going to say what's the job. You don't have to tell us, but I'm curious. That's a cool name. Bienvenu Belongo Masengo is a glorious name.
Just signed a 180+ PA prospect called Diego Fato.
It got so much better. It got so much better than I was even expecting. Thank you, David, for the 8 months, and congratulations on your Fato. This guy will tell us all. So yeah, they have been in the championship quite a lot, actually, in this save. And they got there pretty fast. They just haven't been able to push on beyond the championship, it seems. That seems to be what happens with Wrexham and most of my saves, is they get kind of near to it. Damn, that was fast. It's like a deadline day signing there, Gav. Right, let's get back to Bangladesh. Send us, I didn't think Bhutan, go on. Tenzin Pem? Why not, right? He's 18. Phil Con. That means he's almost certainly facing the game. Then. Yeah, it's definitely, Dom is definitely facing the game because I've met Dom. Many times. I don't think I've ever actually seen his face in the game, though. You said there's a guy called Karma Sam. Hang on. Where am I looking? Simsan Kiat is good too. Where's Karma Sam? Is it like a surname? Oh, Bhutan. Karma Sam. Very solid. Very good name. Also, Wangmo. Big fan of that. No second nationalities at all here either. Some really cool names, actually, going on in Bhutan here. Asian was Pablo. We actually had a player called Pablo Escobar last time. Was there a guy called Choki Orgy? Wait, what? Oh, nearly Choki Orgy. I thought it was actually... Goddamn. Yeah, Karma seems to be a common name. Potentially. Actually, I think it's Declan Rai. It's not quite Declan Rice. Right, let's go further on to Cambodia since we were actually... Oh, wow, they've got quite a few, actually. Chin Voyun. Choki Dorji. Everyone needs a Wangmo. In Soxella. No IQ, no, apparently not. Sok Panna. Some good names here. Soydara. Okay. Wait, you see Ouch as a name? I can't see Ouch. Oh yeah, Ouch. Ouch Dara. That's amazing.
You see these? I quit.
The fact that Ouch is a first name. Love that. I feel like these nations tend to go a bit Also, can we talk about the fact that there's several guys called Touch as well? Like, Touch is a first name. There's a lot that could be done with that, you know. Ankamane, thank you very much for the follow. There's a guy called I'm Pisseth. Oh yeah, there's Lai Pisseth too there. What about China? No, that's too big of a nation already for that. So that's just Taiwan. Hung Yu. Oh, we don't want that. Lin Li Wei, which just sounds like a street that you'd see in like Shrewsbury. East Timor, maybe? Wow, they actually don't have any. We're going to get to Fiji. They'll be on the list. Because alphabetics. They have no sense of pride, do they, Savika? It's crazy behaviour. Tangchun Kit. Oakley Boyce. Oh, he's English. That's kind of cool, actually. Tangchun Kit, maybe? I mean, he's going to be dreadful, isn't he? Probably. There's a guy called Fred. Oh, yeah, there's just Fred. There's also an Israeli dude here, too. Fastest nap. How was the nap? India. Have they got... Oh, they do. Here we go. Topu Hussain. 17 years old. Already international caps for India. That's always a good sign. Sunil Chowdhury. His attributes don't even look that bad. And then Mohan Chakraborty. He does not look so good. Indonesia, maybe? Rizky Ali. There's two different Rizky Alis in the Indonesian national team squad. That's got to get confusing. Middle names, lads? You were born in Surabaya. You better not been born in Surabaya as well. There you go. He was born in Makassar. Imagine their brothers just had the exact same name as well. Iran? Oh, actually, I tell you what. Ashkan Jabari. Ooh. Definitely worth a look anyway. Parents just couldn't be asked. Just go back to the same name. Wow, Iraq have not really... Usually you see the occasional... Oh, go on, Japan. No? Any surprises maybe in this one? So Yoshida here in the under-23 squad looks maybe quite good. No one in there. Anyone in the under-20 squad? Some 16-year-olds in the under-20 squad is not bad. Kenshiro Goto. Kenshiro is a cool name. Hi. More like Kenshiro Goto. I mean, obviously, okay, we don't know that much about him, but he looks pretty good. Considering he's only 17, he's not bad. Certainly worth a look, right? You can hear Brighton scouting him right now, yeah. Anyone in under 19 squad? I mean, yes, but also no. He's... Yes, Kenshiro, go to Budapest. Yeah, indeed. He's not bad. Who does he play for? Kashima Antlers. I mean, hey. And the fact that he's playing for Kashima Antlers as well in the J League at the age of 17. That's pretty dope. They actually poached him from Kashiwa Reysol, but those tempos look pretty solid. Ooh, I'd love to pick up some really, like, not obscure, but, like, you know, we haven't had a Japanese player for a little while. That'd be kind of fun. What's Japanese? You said there was a Japanese Mongolian in there. There's a Japanese North Korean dude, Yong Song Il, who actually isn't that bad either. And there's a Hungarian. Oh, that's our guy. That's Sho Kadoguchi, who actually has always had really good attributes, but just never... Yeah, he had no tackling ability, unfortunately. Okay, that's kind of cool. Jordan? Probably not. Hey, see him? Q8. Go on, Q8. Show me a... Might be possible, maybe. Yeah, still cool to see a North Korean player there. What about you? Actually, you're a centre back. Not bad. Kyrgyzstan. I was hoping we're not going to get another Kyrgyz player, are we? Really? But the fact that he's still 3-star potential is actually really impressive. And the fact that he's actually played 7 games in our first team because we ran out of players. No, we haven't been England the coefficients. That's going to take some time. Lao, surprisingly, quite... With nations like Lao, I would have expected to see like a 17-year-old in their first team, honestly. Lebanon, maybe? There we go. Rogerinho. He's worth a punt. Well, not worth a punt, but worth a look. We are nearly at 100 points. We've had over 100 points before, actually. There's also Roberto. There's a lot of Brazilian Liberians, Lebanese players. There's an Armenian dude down here as well. And a guy who's Danish. Talal Abbas, but he does not look that great. Macau. Probably not going to be special there. Malaysia. Oh, wow. Malaysia just not letting any youth players into their first team. 23 is the youngest player in the Malaysian youth team. Yeah, there must be. We do see quite a lot of Brazilian players with, like, second nationality of Lebanese. Okay. Maldives. He's young, but is he that great? Mongolia. Okay, here we go. Mongolia know what's up. Great name. He's almost certainly dreadful. But you never know. Also, keep an eye out. I know you were already doing that, but keep an eye out for any fun second nationalities in here too. Myanmar. We did have a Myanmar guy. Or a Myanmese. Or Myanmarese guy last time around. To move to the US. Oh, God, I don't know. I'm very much not based in the US. Nepal? Dakar? Oh. He's got finishing. That's enough. He's also got 2 goals for Nepal. There's a guy called Tun Tun Win. That's good. There's a guy who's Nepalese Singaporean as well. North Korea? Go on, North Korea. There they go. They've got some players. Probably not a lot of them, but it's worth having a look at the 18-year-old ones just in case there's anyone that looks slightly all right there. Classic as an... Oh God. With so many names that we've left on the table, right? Dakota Fruit. Fruit is a surname. Why have we never looked in these areas? Lumbad? Oh, God, he's dreadful. But he's not got the surname Fruit. Oh. What's his jump? Oh, if he had really high jumping, which you could call him the Fruit Fly. There's a guy called Nathan Cloud. Oh, Nathan Cloud, yeah. Hang on. Cosmos Hunsberger.
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in the tradesman's entrance.
Cosmos Hunsberger. That is a name. LUFC Carter. Or, yeah, I think that's probably, yeah. Thank you so much for the follow. We just found a guy called Cosmos Hunsberger. They are putting out some good shit here. Jordan Mister. Hang on, that means his name would be Mr. Jordan Mister. Good stuff. Gone for the palindromic setup. I rate that. Actually, while we're here, just quickly, in case there's any ridiculous names. Not ridiculous, just great names. Not quite. Great name. Mister, indeed. Just take these broken wings, chat, and learn to fly again. What a song that is, by the way. Oman. Oh, Oman. Hey, there you go. A 16-year-old on the Oman team. That, okay. It's not amazing, but it does indicate that there's either that or they have a massive lack of defensive left-sided midfielders. Pakistan? Wow. No, not a single one. Palestine? They've got one. Sebastian Noren, who's actually Swedish as well. Plays for Helsingborg. Loads of second nationalities there. Philippines? Ah, ooh. Hello. That's noteworthy because he's 5 years younger than anyone else. Vivian Rusin, and he plays for a Belgian side. What should be worth like 5 million quid? He plays for Union Saint-Gilloise. 16 to 20 finishing. And he's actually playing for Union Saint-Gilloise. Like, he's got 21 appearances at the age of 17 for Union Saint-Gilloise. That's decent. So there's another J-Lo. There's Janlo. Not quite. Close, though. He's definitely a scout for sure.
31 months. Oh, what a lovely time had by all. Hope you, Em and Chateau are all well on this fine Thursday. Anywhere, get ready. Here we go.
Oh god, woozy face.
Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Dollar bills face. Woozy face.
Important. Filipino Irish, really? Stephen Garcia. Love that. That's great. That's awesome. And Pablo, thank you so much, though, for the 31 months. How's it going, friends? I love the idea of dollar bills face. Did I actually scout him, right? Yeah, I did. Phew. Okay, Philippines has actually turned up. Right, go on, Qatar. Oh, boring. Although you are 3 years younger, so maybe you're worth a look. Yeah. What I'm looking for is disparities, basically. Saudi Arabia, there you go. Oh, hello. Probably would cost us moon money if he was any good, but still. Worth a look. Hey, Donna. Oh, no. Fiona! He is not spectacular, sadly. Oh, hang on. Donakite? I'm so sorry. I know that this name is almost certainly Irish, but I've really... I got better at saying certain Irish names last year, but this one is not one I'm familiar with. But thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. But you can enlighten me. We're looking mostly in Asia and Africa, although we might do some North America as well, actually. But basically what we're looking for is players in national teams that are much younger than everyone else in their team, meaning that there's a likelihood that they're probably quite good if they've got to their national team super young, basically. Donica. Oh, okay. Oh. So that's what we're basically looking, just to see if there's any untapped talent that we might have missed out on, you know? Like this dude here with a complete... Hurley? Lovely. Sivanantharaja. Hurley Sivanantharaja. I do like that. I wasn't... Oh, if you could have given me a billion guesses and I would not... Well, Caribbean is North America, so we'll get to that as well. Filter the player search, because this is just more fun. Not everything has to be the height of efficiency, you realise. Like, sometimes it's just fun to look through national team squads, right? Not Hurley.
Here's some money so you can continue to look at little kids.
Excuse me? You want to be careful, Dressage Guard. I'll have your hard drive for that. Thank you very much for the 7 months, though. Vicious brother, literally, yeah. Isn't Vicious surname Ethantharaja? I can't remember exactly. Oh, no, it isn't Ethantharaja. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because it's Vitusha. Yeah. Only 20 for Syria. Tajikistan. Ah, go on, Tajikistan. Instead of Tajikistan. They've got one. It's worth a look. Indeed, JM. Indeed. Thailand? Go on, Thailand. That's what started all this was Thailand. I might have a look at their like under 23 squad or something. 18 in there. No one's really standing out. That's very young to be in the under 20 squad. I mean, as if from Ramble, yeah. He's not awful, actually. He has very good attributes for 15, to be fair. Another Tajik dude would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Is there any more squads under there? Well, there actually is. I think it would actually help us when we're doing this as well to add the clubs back in, because I wouldn't mind getting some like scout reports for certain clubs while we're here if we actually do notice the club's producing a load of players. So that might help us out a little bit. Although it does seem that they're mostly... Oh, hang on, there's you. What have Buriram got? Buriram are like one of the biggest sides in Thailand, aren't they? In terms of player production and stuff. So maybe they're worth a go. They've only got one squad. We could probably do Chiang Rai as well. And Port too. Why not, right? Get me at them. Because Buriram, I imagine that given, like, with the way that FM works, I'm guessing that somewhere like Buriram United are probably one of the few Thai clubs that are going to be regularly producing players, right? They presumably actually have a first team that's got players in it. As you can see here, they've got like... Wait, is this their first? Oh, right, yeah. This is actually all they've got. They've got a grayed out goalkeeper as well. They've got like a couple of 16-year-old, but it looks like they haven't really had many youth intakes. So they've got this guy here who honestly doesn't look that bad, honestly. Somsak Nidea. He's okay. This guy, not so sure about him. Actually, tackling looks okay. And his crossing, although does not really position. Like, if you hang on, I'll scout him as well. Why the fuck? We'll scout both of them. Did I get that guy as well? No, I didn't. Let's have that guy as well. He said there's a guy called Butthong. I kind of want to see this now. Yeah, it looks solid. I don't know if he'd actually be amazing. I mean, tackling looks decent. We could always retrain him if he was any good. I mean, I don't know if he actually is going to be any good, but like, it's worth a scout, right? These guys won't be super expensive either, which is probably what's going to help us. We'll have a look at Chiang Rai as well, see if they've got anyone else that we maybe missing out on. We've got Sarakum, who's a goalkeeper. We know more about him, which is actually kind of a bad thing in a way, because it means that we can see that he's not actually up to... He might be worth a look as well. Oh, dear. Sigris is going to do a world tour right now, basically. We will get to the young boys look up in a second. I just want to get through these first, just because we're kind of onto something at the moment, at least just in terms of vibes. Let me put that back to the senior squad so we can see what Turkmenistan have got for us. Oh, wait, hang on. A couple of 18s. I think with a country like Turkmenistan, I'd have wanted, like them to be really young in their national team. That way, there would have been a good sign. And we're back to UAE, I think. Right, so let's try... Let's do North America next. We'll swing back around to Africa and look at, like, I don't know, Sao Tome and Principe and nations like that. See if there's any fancy players in there. Because these guys are bound to have some players. But most of them are probably not going to be very good. Shemaine Gums Bryan is very solid. Probably a dentist, let's be honest. In fact, there's a double Gums Bryan in there. Antigua. Wow. Zion Gore Knight is very good as a name. Also, Janeel Crump. Big fan of that too. A couple of princes in there too. Prince Peters. Wow, they have a lot of players. Their national team has like 100 players in it. Fair. Of Red Rising? Very good. There's a guy called Nikkei Black. I guess it would be pronounced Nikki, wouldn't it? Presumably. Aruba? Oh, there we go. What we could find actually is like maybe Aruban players that have maybe gendered Dutch clubs, perhaps. Luther Lawrence is very... There's a guy called Leroy Tung. Good. Very solid. Anwar Molinares plays for River Plate Aruba. Not quite the same. It could be a preliminary squad. Yeah, it has to be, really. There's Marquin Tromp. Randall Poppin. Good. Big fan of that. Derwin Bicker. A few Colombian. I think that's Colombia. Yeah. Leroy Jenkins. I will get back to the lookups in a minute. I just want to have a look through. Wow. Ryan Simmons, who plays for Tottenham, actually. Watch him be okay and declare. Oh, he's born in Barbados, too. That's dope. He might actually stay Barbadian. Potentially Belize. Sergio... What's his speed? Bro is definitely not getting out of Q3. Not with that kind of pace and acceleration. I'm just saying. Oh, dear. Poor Sergio. Youth Italy. What do you mean? Was there an Italian player in there? He's got no gears. No, exactly. He is very much driving an Alpha Tauri in this. He's Cypher Red Bull. Patience, really? Oh, cool. I didn't know that was the demonym. How do you just column sizes? You just get... It's very pinickety. So you just drag it. But I wouldn't mess around with them too much, honestly. The game is notoriously awful for this. Defensive midfielder. Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it? Midfielder. Ah, glorious. Hey, Zenlos. You join us as we are looking through random national team squads. Oh, no, that was the final. The Ajax score is... Yeah, the finals are only ever one leg. Kikoi Tyrell, or Tyrell, I'm guessing, plays for X Roads. Did I scout them about? Oh, I didn't, did I? I think the reason I might have not done is just because he's Spurs, which means he's probably going to cost way more money than he's ever going to be worth. Colin Robertson. Vance Bean, good. Honduras. Well, Honduras is an H, isn't it? Bonaire. Jens de Jong. Good old young Jens. Farson Coffee. Don't mind a bit of that. Yeah, we're just going through in alphabetical order because it's just easier. Zico Foggy. Wait, hang on. He says a guy called Zico Fogo. Hang on, was his surname Hello? Jazz Tucker as well. Very solid. Oh, Zico. I thought his surname was Hello. That would have been even better. Carl Leach of One Love. I think these guys are going to be even by our standards. But fun names can be had. So that's the most important thing. There's Tom Walker, Paul Murray. Oh, imagine we have Murray Walker. And there they go. It could have been possible. In fact, I suppose it is possible. Luca Pipe. Go on, Canada. Wow, they actually have a couple here. Justin Bell. I wasn't expecting Canada to actually have some guys like this. We've already done... we could do Oceania too. Why the fuck not, right? It's that kind of day. Mark Zakia. Both of these guys play for Toronto. Yeah, Canada goes... Again, they've got quite a large squad too. They must be doing, as you say, like preliminary squads for some stuff. Their entire team is really young to the point where I'm not sure there's going to be anything quality in there in terms of players. Neville Ebanks, though, is kind of cool. Clay Ebanks too. Tudor Browning. Costa Rica, maybe? Just because they might actually genuinely have some good players. He's not awful. He probably is, but... Randy Madrigal. I tell you what, Randy's not bad. We had Randy Hobbs before. Like, Costa Rica's produced some solid talent in the past. Didn't we have a really good Costa Rican? Yeah, we had Navarro, didn't we? He was a goat. Cuba? Javier Diaz? Okay. So, technically our highest paid player, Zenos, is actually, I believe, a guy on the loan farm. It's Arte Etienne, because we accidentally forgot that he had a 10% of 10% increase clause. But I think it's him, and I think he's on £120,000 a week. So, generally speaking, our wages are still very decent. Innocente Herrera. Very solid. Don't know why this is reminding me. I think it's just the Spanish names. Pog and I, on Tuesday night, watched a movie, and I have a recommendation for you. It's called McFarland USA. It's got Kevin Costner in it, and it's about a football coach who moves to a small town in California to become an assistant to a football coach there. But he ends up creating a cross-country running team with some of the kids at the high school, and it's unbelievably good. It's so damn good. Really wholesome, and just a really nice film. I put it in the same kind of bracket as seems like Chef and The Intern. Would highly recommend it. Yeah, Cuba, you feel like they would be. I suppose I think baseball's just way more popular in Cuba, isn't it? Curacao? Ethelbert. Amazing name. We need an Athelred in there too. Boy Benita. Prince Libiana. Jurek Hose. I know it's Jose, but still. Actually, this guy's 17. Negiro Delando. Zivkovic won't go out on loan, no. That's not happening. They've already turned down the ability to loan him. Gamer Matty, thank you for the follow. So Zivkovic will be coming back, and there's nothing we can do about it, sadly. Good short running time. This is this is very true. Prince Banis. Oh. Duran Lawrence. He looks a bit better. Hey, they both play for Barnet. Oh no. One for Maidstone, one for Barnet. Yeah, Curacao does occasionally, but most of the good ones tend to just end up becoming Dutch. Duly Prosper is very solid. Also, Lex Prince and Kenny Sandy's decent too. Dominican Republic, maybe? Joshua Thicket. Oh, no. Bartolo Marmo. Not amazing there. Again, massive squads. We're definitely coming up to something. El Salvador sometimes do actually genuinely produce some really good players. Think, Christ, who was it? We definitely had a guy that was El Salvadoran in this save, other than the obvious, the Korean El Salvadoran dude. There was another dude we had. A centre-back, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's not the Halash. It's because he's injured, unfortunately. So they're just not going to... He's got such a long-term injury that it wouldn't be worth it to them, and the game just sort of hard codes it. I think that's what happens. It's a shame, but there's nothing we can do about it. The plan is hopefully maybe wait for him to heal and then sell him to them on the cheap, if that's possible. But I am concerned that that is going to be catastrophic for them. Particularly as they might try and sign someone in the meantime who's never going to be anywhere near as good, is he? That's the problem. He's not very good. Guadeloupe. Sometimes they get some okay players. Sometimes the French sides spit out the occasional good Guadeloupean player, potentially. Like, I'm not really sure what I'm expecting here, honestly. Some of them look okay. Do they even have under 20 squads? No. I'm even looking in these. Guatemala, maybe? That's an 18-year-old. Jorge Gramajo. Actually, wow. He looks quite okay, maybe. Guyana? Neil Nelson? Yeah, he looked pretty decent. Oh, go on, Haiti. There was always a Czech guy in there. Every single time. Jerry Kran. Oh, no. Jacques Cadet Jerome. Good name. Player less so. Also Jean-Baptiste. Wait, his first name could be Jean-Claude Jean-Baptiste. Parents love Levi's. That's good. A double barrel first name and surname where the first barrel is Jean in both of them. Respect that. I have a lot of respect for that. Also, Jacques Pie here. You said there was a guy called Danny Neptune. Great stuff. Oh, Honduras. Honduras, again, a nation that we tend to find some really good players from. Gerson Chavez. Oh. Watch all of these guys be like E-rated, but still, I'd like to... Because you just never know, right? Double barrel build, like, maybe so. They're not bad, actually. In fact, I think yeah, these guys are actually kind of okay. It might just be because we have, like, massive, like, ranges. I'll tell you what. Honduras. Looking decent. Jamaica. Ooh. Bryce Campbell. Hello. What's going on here? Renato McCoy. Oh, he's crispy. The first guy's better, but still. Both of those two look decent. Martinique. Wow, really? Mexico? Wow, I love how many of these guys are already players we've picked up. And the other ones are already at massive size, pretty much. We're kind of really doing Mexico properly. I don't think they're ever going to have any good players. Nicaragua, maybe? I haven't really had many good players in FM in the past from Nicaragua. Lester Montiel. Oh, there you go. Give Monty a friend. Panama? Oh, there we go. Paul Francois. For Panama, he's actually pretty decent. Puerto Rico? Nah, maybe not. St. Bart's. There's Lenny Cameron, but like St. Bart's. These guys don't even play in like FIFA, do they? St. Kitts and Nevis? Petres. Nice. Wait, what was that guy's name there? Kareem St. Just. Like that. Sales? Oh, I thought it said Sales Isaac. That would have been much better. Very Mexican. Yeah, that's the guy who doesn't have like an Eastern European second nationality. We scouted him a few years ago. We were expecting him to be like, you know, Serbian or something, but no. Daihorn Shade is very decent. Iran Stanley. Also, Emmanuel President. Good stuff. Diego Traore in there. There's our one St. Pierre and Miquelon guy. Good old St. Pierre Copolani. Lemus Jackson. I thought I said I am Brew Benjamin. That Dino Bess is cool. Manuel Cortez. These guys are just, yeah. Suriname, maybe? Wow, no. Okay. Was expecting to see at least one guy in there. Alex Barry. There's a couple of Barrys. Oh, he plays for Bears as well. That just makes him slightly better. Trinidad, go on. They must have someone. Here we go. They've got quite a few young players here. Mark Benjamin. Oh. Yeah, they're nowhere near as good as Jamaica, are they? Shaquille Bartholomew. There's a guy called Sean John. That's amazing. Shem Peters in there. Nicholas Gay. Anthony Jones. Oh, no. Wow, these guys are dreadful. He's probably the best of the bunch. Of that set, anyway. Turks and Caicos? Probably not. I wonder how many players we're actually going to have scouting with this. Wait, was that Elliot? Oh, Elliot Rogerson. I thought there was a guy called Elliot Rogers. States. They've got Alexander Amiraliev, who is a... Bloody hell. Plays for Ajax, though, annoyingly. There was a Nigel in there. I actually saw a Nigel playing for one of the other clubs there. US Virgin Islands and then Anguilla. Okay, so some of those players look actually like might be okay. We'll do Oceania, then we'll check in some of the African nations that we don't normally look at. Since there's not many oceanic nations anyway. And let's be honest, most of them probably won't even have players in their national team squads. Although, you know what? They're doing okay. Next goal wins has obviously started a fire under these guys. But surprisingly, still no one under the age of 18. Fiji? Go on, Fiji. Robert Kumar, what you got for me? I mean, as Fijian players go, there was that one dude that we found that was Fijian that was actually kind of decent. But then I think he became Australian again. Asian news as well. We already did that. That's what we were doing at the start of this. We've gone through the whole of Asia. Kiribati, no. Wow, Kiribati have one dude, Liam Orford. More like Liam Orphan at this case. 34-year-old player is the only one in their national team. Micronesia, they've actually got quite a lot of them. New Caledonia, well, they've got a couple. Vanuatu is a very solid country name. Agreed. Frederick Provost. Mikhail Boney. Dylan Vincent. Yeah, probably not with these guys. He says a Dandy Paul. Big up Dandy Paul. New Zealand, maybe? Kyle Evans. Plays for Energy Cotton. Not great. Papua New Guinea? Disappointing. Wow, no one under the age of 20. Samoa? Ah, there we go. Rudolph Emilitana. Oh, he's just not very good, is he? As if I'm expecting to find the next wonder kid here in the Solomon Islands. Then again, there's that guy in real life. God, there's a lot of juniors. Just 4 guys in a row who are all juniors. William Ann. More juniors. Damn, there's a lot of juniors. Do they not realise they're in the senior squad now? You're going to have to change your names, lads. Next, Rafael. Exactly, yeah. Tahiti? Ephraim Jacques. Oh, God, they're dreadful. Brice Ansel. Tonga? I don't think I've ever seen a good Tonga player from Tonga. Tuvalu? Fata? Okay. God, one of these days, I just want to click on one of these. So we're in the... Yeah, Kiribati, I believe, have the weird time zone where it's like a half an hour thing, don't they? Or something? And there's Vanuatu, and they actually don't have anyone that's like super young in their team either. What a fortuna, they're just not having any of it. Right, let's quickly check Africa. Focusing more on, obviously, nations that we've not really looked at. But you never know, right? We might find a player like that, for example, who's getting Algeria caps. Angola? Nah. Benin? A couple of guys? A Kakpo? You never know. He's 18, though, but he's got 14 caps. First goal scored in the game wins. I don't think that's possible, no. Although someone did send me a message about the an edit they'd found where you could actually create your own regens. So that's something I'm definitely going to look into. So almost like you have your own face in the game players. As if we did more of those. Burundi, you've got a couple. Bizoza. Busy Manor. Oh, Busy Manor indeed. Oh, I pressed for Beverin, but still. Busy Man has been a busy man. Yeah, this is not a type of scouting we really do very often, but it's just fun, right? I mean, maybe it's not fun. I don't know if chat actually does find this fun or entertaining at all, but I'm enjoying it. And it's distracting me from the back pain. So there's that too. Guy Braga here. It's Cape Verde, so. Central African Republic. There we go. Ngoyos. Oh, maybe not. Yangere? Perhaps not. Chad? Oh, I just want one good Chad players. Yeah, plus you get to do amusing name bingo. Was a Cape Verde in German in there? Ooh. One thing I notice whenever we do scouting streams is sometimes the chat will go really quiet, and then I'll think, oh Christ, there's just no one watching, and then the viewer number will be like massively higher than normal. It's just because everyone's like this. Just looking at stuff. Batamanga, maybe? So you know what? For a Comoran player, he's not that awful. I mean, he's not great either, but he's probably the best one I've seen for a while. I'll have a little look at him. When you compare him to, like... Actually, he's not that bad either. I feel like I've clicked the same guy 3 times. They actually are... all of these guys are actually not horrendous, honestly. I've also done my back. Really, Ligadina? How'd you do that? I remember one time we were just scouting every single Chad player just in the hope that we'd get an actual Chad. Oh, hello.
Cooper, do not
Elias...
I am familiar with over
Nkunku.
600 dance moves, and I am programmed to
Tell you what,
get
he's not bad
freaky.
either. He is actually not that bad. Gonzalo's going to have a worldwide trip at this case. Cap Bosley, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the French nationalities, but some of these... Is this a French side? I mean, these are not French sides. Some of these players are coming through. They're still coming through at teams in their nation. Okay, well, actually, even he's worth a little look, right? We're going to have to go through these scout reports real carefully. I feel like if we were... There's an Arsenal guy there. I think with nations like Dr. Congo, I've got most of their big sides on the list, so they tend not to get slipped through the net. Djibouti, though. Ah, one of these days. Check Macau. Yeah, we did Asia, so Macau would have been in there. If they were there, basically, they were in there. Egypt. Oh, no, it's him again. It's Allah. Equatorial Guinea, one guy. Carlos Insu. Tell you what, for Equatorial Guinea, he's not bad either. Eritrea. One good Eritrean player, please. That doesn't gen in Norway. Since all the good ones, if there is occasionally a good one, will gen in Norway. For the most part, anyway. Oh, that's the guy we signed, is it? Brian Yakov. Eswatini? Check them separately. Oh, I suspect that they're not likely to find them. Why do you have to check them separately? So, I mean, this is literally how I found Moaz. When he'd got like one cap for Ethiopia, he was in the national team at like 16. And I was just like, hey, fuck it, right? And then look at him. Wait, why has he gone back to... He's 5-star potential, point being. And I'm not saying any of these guys are going to be as good as him, probably. I think he is like a once-in-a-save type of find, presumably. But you never know, right? No more than 3 non-EU players. That will be very difficult, Nathan. Because, I mean... It could still work, but it means that you're not going to be able to sign South American players to strengthen other teams. You're not going to be able to... It's going to cost you more to do it, and you're not going to have the same player pool available to you. I'll see you later, face kicker. Ghana, anyone? Emmanuel Frimpong? Can't go one day without having an Emmanuel Frimpong in there. Guinea? Nah. Guinea-Bissau? Oh, there we go. Carlos Baldi. Living up to his name. Whoa, he's one-on-ones. Wow, he's actually 6 foot... Okay. Carlos... Who's he wanted by? Oh. This is why... He hasn't even got a cap yet, but fuck me, he looks really good. Yeah, it will have some counted as EU, but most of them probably won't. These are all players we've already picked up, isn't it? But this is the benefit of us doing that kind of team report scouting, though. We get to find these guys sometimes before they even get close to a national team. Like, Tokpa, I don't think he's actually that great, but... 23... I paid 5 grand for him. But I found him when he was like 16 before he'd even got anywhere near a national team squad because we got a report through. It's lovely. Same with like ASEC Mimosas and players that come from those clubs. The only one we've missed out on here is this guy, but he plays for Dijon. Kenya? Onyango. Lots of players coming from Tusker FC. Have I got them reported? I don't. Let's add them to the list. Oh, yeah, you can adjust it pretty easily to get rid of those rules. I mean, that's why with Malta, we're going to be removing any kind of rules like that, just because we're going to be going for fun, right? Nisoj. Oh, shit, Meech. That sucks. How did you do that? Could I interest you in Joseph Koki? Occasionally, there are some like quite good players from Liberia that come... Look at the number of these guys that come through Czech clubs. And I imagine it's the same as you go further down, right? Another one there. Rufus as well. Great name. Okay, they've got no squads down there, but still. I do occasionally play it for fun. Some say it can occasionally be played for fun. Libya? Libya tends to actually have surprisingly good players sometimes. They're never like world class for the most part. Because I remember there was a Libyan dude on the last save as well that was really good. Should we just quickly check? Because we never look at Libya anyway, so these guys could be maybe not quite as good. Madagascar? Okay. There was that Malagasy French dude, but now he's back to being French, so he's boring. Toyo ACL, Jesus Christ. Own teammate who injured. That's never good. I bet he feels awful. Did you see Jizzy? Wait. Which country? I'll circle back if you can tell me which country it was. Innocent Palpy. No, Innocent Pipey. It was Liberia. Oh, okay. Jizzy. Scouting him. He's 28, but I don't even care. He's Jizzy. I love that it's spelt differently in both of them as well. Fuck it, why am I even like... They'll let them have him for free, right? Yep. We're signing Jizzy, chat. He's called Jizzy, chatto! Oh, things you'll love to see. With Scotland, yeah, you can do a building a nation with any nation you want. It's just a question of whether you're willing to put up with the rules that come along with that nation or whether you want to change them prior. So with Scotland, you'll have to put up with the Brexit registration, the work permit stuff, unfortunately. So we'll get Jizzy. Let's get busy. Because apparently this is now sooty. Was that from City? I don't know. Ivory Coast. Oh, I'm going backwards. Fuck. We were at Malawi, I think. Oh, Sword Doggo's in there too. I mean, Cock Ringling's at Uipesh, so you never know. How's his stamina? I believe you can, Div, yes. Yeah, you can take any of that. I think you can take... Oh, you might not be able to take that out. True. I think there is some mods you can get for that. Jean Valley. There is a guy called Odo. We actually have a player called that. We have looked at Burkina Faso. Yeah, they would have been under B. Morocco actually have some quite good players, but they're all playing for quite big sides already, unfortunately, including a guy. Oh, that's one of ours. I don't know, but I'm fairly certain there is like mods you can get that do remove those rules. So there's clearly some way of editing it with the advanced rules, presumably. Oh, is there a guy from 11 Arrows? We have to scout the guy from 11 Arrows. Niger, maybe? There's a 16-year-old from Niger. Oh, he's just not very good, is he? Nigeria. I would just remove it. Yeah, exactly. Just have fun. Always prioritize fun, really. Like, obviously, if you're like desperate to preserve realism, then crack on. But I feel like if you were that desperate to preserve realism, you probably wouldn't be doing a building a nation save in the first place. Arlieto Neto. Cool name. Not appalling player either. He's got 9 caps as well. I'll get through this, then I'll grab myself a... Anyone we don't know about? Maybe you? Oh, maybe you. 22, admittedly, but whenever I see a player in there that we don't already know about and isn't already at a large major European side, it's worth a little look. Same with him, honestly. He may be 25, but wow, he's only got 5 caps. He's probably not that good. Seychelles. Sierra David Cabba. Oh! I mean, he ain't bad. For a Sierra Leonean player, I assume that's a Norwegian side, right? Or it's a German side. He's pretty good. I don't mind a bit of him. Somalia, maybe? Have they got anyone like this too? Save? What do you mean? I mean, I will save after we've done this. There's no point saving in the middle of it. Because we're nearly at the end anyway. Nah, sadly nothing there. That's our dude. Lamini? Another Lamini. Hang on, are they both good? They are. Omar Ogle. Yeah, to be fair, I don't actually have the autosave. Well, I do have autosave on, but it's only for after matches, so it tends to, like, not work very well in these streams, so I do need to save it. You're right. Otherwise, we might accidentally loot Dick Deng. Very good. Dick Deng. Quite a few Dengs, actually, in the South Sudanese team. What about actual Sudan? Actual Sudan. Sudan. Match starting an African crisis there. Actually, he's not that bad. Awad Hassan. Who are they playing against? Because Ferencváros got through the last round quite easily, did they not? Kenneth Zuberi. There is a couple of real players left in the save. Yeah, the last time we had a little look, there was like, I think 15, and 5 of them were Swedish. Famara Sambu. Sambu, I think, is quite a common name in the Gambia, isn't it? Fulham used to have a player called Solomon Sambu, who I believe was Gambian. Togo? Oh, dear. Ding Dang? That's amazing. Folly Diallo? Tunisia, maybe? Ah, no. It's hard to break into that team, to be fair. Oh, it was a guy Hammerby. Ugandan. Doesn't look very good, but we take what we can get, right? Zambia, maybe? No, wow. Zanzibar? No one in Zanzibar is. Zimbabwe? There'll be fun names, at least, in Zimbabwe. The players, maybe not, but the names, surely. There's got to be one decent name in here. Obviously, Never Jam, who's already our dude. Godfrey Malaya. It's actually surprisingly tame for Zimbabwe. They better have some better stuff in the B teams, at least. I feel like we always build up Zimbabwe to have amazing names, and it just never seems to deliver lately. Desire Doob is decent. Brighton Masuku. It's a come and get me plea. Not as good as I was expecting, honestly. Right, let me just save it there so that we don't actually lose all that scouting, because some of those players looked actually quite good. Like, surprisingly good. That Comoran dude looked decent. There was a Thai guy in there that looked quite good. I suppose there was another dude that was from the Asian nations that we looked at who looked quite decent too. Constant Failure. Welcome to the stream. Are you me? Ah, dear. Let me just do a couple of lookups as well. So we'll have a look at young boys. I'm not really sure what I can show you from most of these tongue boys. But they do, in fact, be existing. God Knows Fury. Yeah, he's the guy that we found the other day. When we looked up players called God Knows, because then I just started singing Queen. Oh, the Japanese striker, yes. Was it Kenishiro Goto? Oh. So yeah, I mean, that is obviously young boys, but yeah. No, you don't want to be doing that, Bearded Child. I love that they play in Stadion Wankdorf. It's just good vibes. Leroy Jenkins, obviously that's going to show up no one. Although, I say that, you never know. We do know. Millie, thank you for the 100 bits.
Izzy Wizzy, let's get jizzy. There's only one premature ejaculation. Premature ejaculation. He
Only
came
one
in
jizzy
all
chat.
the team's socks. He's never gonna stop. He's spanked off in all of them. He's crossed it up the lot. Using left to right hand. In every changing room. His name is Jizzy Jizzy. He'd even spank off on the moon. Alley, alley, alley. Alley, alley, alley.
Once I realised what chant that was. Oh, that took me a minute. That's very good. Yeah, the only Jizzy spelled like that anyway in the game is our man here, Jizzy Jizzy. Which is just incredible. What are the odds? Just in case, as always, it will not be in the game, as per. But Vladimir Horvat is in the game because it's a player you just saw. Oh my god, Matt. Learn to type. Christ. There he is. What a poem indeed, I know. William Blake would be jealous of that. Actually, he looks... I mean, he's 20 and quite expensive, but he looks like a very decent player. Tackling looks really solid. So does his passing, actually. If nothing else, he's worth a scout, since we're giving Gonzalo all sorts of things to do today, and most of it is going to be scouting, let's be honest. I love that the Champions League final hasn't even happened in this save yet. Patty Vieira. Do you mean Patrick Vieira? Because I can look for both. There he is. He's the Serbia manager. Well, okay. So far in this save, he's managed Palace for 18 years. Palace fans. 3 at Bosnia. 2 at Turkey, and now he's the Serbia manager. And now he's going to retire. Ooh. Retiring at 68, Patrick. That is so not on. Give it one more year, bud. For the memes, of course. We looked through national team managers last year, yeah. His Bosnia win rate, I don't think you can you? I don't think that's... if you tell me how I can do that, then yeah, absolutely. But I don't know how I would find that information out. Like, when was he at Bosnia? I don't think you can see a specific win rate from when they were at certain clubs. I think you can only see it for, say, clubs, you know what I mean? I think you can only see it overall. As far as I'm aware. If someone does know, then let me know and I'll do it when I come back from my little wee rest, where I'm going to go grab myself a lemon Fanta, and then we're going to go and look through some of these, in theory, signings. Maybe. You never know. Right, back in a sec, friends. Enjoy your whiz quiz.
When I said goodbye. Hey, I've got you on my mind. Yeah, you're all that I think about. You know you got me going wild. And what I want is you. Could you come a little closer? I want you by my side. And I'll try the best I can to make you feel this way. Don't let me down, down, down.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
I want you now, 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 now. Come let me hold you now. I wanna lay in your arms. Come let me love you now. Yeah, you're the one that I want. I wanna stay
So the correct answer was Agustin Delgado. There you go. Bit of a deep cut one. But it's not a club, Deus. It's a national team. That's why we couldn't show it. Oh, unless it does show the... Oh, it might... Maybe it does show it, actually. Let me check it. Maybe you can do it on national team managers too, but I don't think you can. Or maybe you can. No, tell a lie. You actually can. Fair play. So yeah, he had a 50% win rate, although admittedly, he only managed 8 games. Bro wasn't there for very long. Ah, dear. Final went poorly. They lost 1-0, sadly. Very good shout. Don't know why I didn't think of doing that. Mostly because I'm stupid. I just realised I just denied you an ASMR can opening. For Bosnia? Oh, for Bosnia. Oh, we can still do that. But what if I want to go to the middle? I guess we can go right to Bosnia-Herzegovina centre. We'll just find him in this list, right? It should be able to show... 45% is... Well, let's see if it's any good or not, right? 52. Ralph Rangnick. Wow. 43 for Rangnick. 44 there. Oh, just Shevchenko. It's sort of average. Although Inzaghi's doing okay now since he's taken over. They've got quite a lustrous set of managers there with Rangnick in there, Shevchenko, Vieira, now Inzaghi. They're on a lovely old time. Ah, dear. Oh, any interesting... I don't really think... Oh, we had Norway stuff. Someone denying shitbag? Maybe. Right, let me quickly do this, then we'll actually get progression. Because, yeah, so... Oh, wow. Well, I mean, that's... Yes, there have been some surprise winners. So Norway have won a World Cup, which we knew about. Hey, Dan. How are you, man? What do you think of the whole Mitrovic now might be leaving again thing? Mexico won the most recent one. In Germany, who didn't even get to the top 3. Shout out to Austria as well. The fact that Norway also came 3rd in the World Cup directly after that, too, is pretty impressive. But Mexico winning a World Cup's really nice for them, actually. As for I think the Euros have been, like, mind-numbingly boring, other than the Norway win, yeah. So Norway won one after the World Cup win, but then Spain have won back-to-back-to-back Euros, although they did beat Wales in the most recent one. So that's kind of cool. But it didn't go... Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, the burning, man, the burning. Oh, I want to see some of these scout reports. I'm quite excited. Ah, okay, so Boca have got some talent. And then no one was... Well, I don't know. I know that they've put another bid in, Dan. I still don't think it's meeting our evaluation, though. I think the new bid is 47 million that's been put forward. But I think we're still valuing them at 53. Marco Lad, thank you for the follow. And Thorak as well. Thank you for the follows, guys. That's very kind. But I'm just concerned about what we'll do if that happens. Wow, he wants a lot of money. God, we're going to pay a lot of money for Jizzy Jizzy here, but it's worth it because it's Jizzy Jizzy. He's going to be our pet, kind of like what Rick Rolls was last time around. Well, that's just what he does, and eventually, you know, he will be right. I'm not surprised that Marco Silva didn't take the money, honestly, because I feel like he will have his head turned really easily, but he generally seems to be wanting to improve sporting-wise. Like, he wants to step up in terms of, like, bigger... I don't think that was really the right thing that he would have wanted for his career at that point. He clearly does have ambition on an actual footballing level. How was the game? It was trash. Ferencváros offered nothing really the entire game. They had like barely... They had one really big chance. Oh, here we go. Right, here we go. Actually, I don't think these are even the same players, are they? These are the other ones from previous times. We need to clean this up first. Because these are definitely not the players from this set of reports. These are players from before that we never cleaned out. So I'll start getting rid of those. Because we don't want to lose some of the new guys potentially in this. Alfred. Oh, this was the guy, by the way. This was the guy I tried to pick up on a free from Barca, but they signed him to a 1-year extension. But I thought he would have been quite a good player for free. It's a shame, though. Took Castagna. Okay. I just think we need to make some moves. We are not doing a lot at the moment. And I know we won at the weekend, but we were very, very not amazing in that game. I think all of these guys are pretty naff for the most part. Krujanovic is definitely not the player he was, and I think I need to remove him from the shortlist, but I'm going to have to do it like this. Like, he's okay attribute-wise, but the £9 million is just prohibitive for us, especially at this point. These guys are not amazing either. Mike Holford still Mike. 58 million Mike's worth. Now, he's actually getting first-team games for Arsenal too, which is annoying. That's a random Spurs player we can't afford. Actually, he's quite cheap. The Tigres guy's quite cheap. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite an XG shagger myself, but I feel like it's one of those things where I think there's a difference between deserving to win and should have won. So I think Everton should have won the game. because they should have taken the chances that were in front of them. They created enough chances that they should have won. But to me, if you deserve to win the game, you take your chances. But they were still massively better than us creativity in the first half. And if it wasn't for Bernd Leno, we'd have been absolutely in the mud in that game. A good, indeed, yeah. I think he might be the first good mic we've actually seen from anyone. Took long enough to come through. Jerry Solomon, I keep removing this guy from the shortlist, and yet he keeps staying on the shortlist. That's a buy-in player, so I'm not interested in you because we can't sign you anyway. You're £21 million. Yeah, how? How? Because playing the game, pretty much. Like, deserve to win. Yes. Honestly, if Everton had anyone other than Mope up front, they'd have won that game. They're doing 3-0 up by half-time, or at least 2-0 up. And that chance Patterson missed in the second half as well was awful. I don't think you can have more than one face in the game of the same person, can you? Although, knowing FM, would we be all that surprised? We just sort by value as well and get rid of some of the ridiculously high... Oh, hang on, there is some of these guys in here. That's the Comoran. He's what? Okay. So, wow, he's worth 300 million. I'm excited to see if there is a transfer saga over the summer for Lien Vorgen. Because I think they might have actually done a bit better. Oh, they can respawn. Oh, that's ridiculous. God, they really are determined to push that for some reason. I don't really understand it. What about this guy here? Yeah, he's a little bit okay. It's also very expensive. Yeah, that's a player at Halash. We've never had a player even come close to being worth that much. I don't know why they've got such high value. He's £20 million, unfortunately. Nanda at Villarreal is 14 million. You're at Vesterloo. But still very... Oh, he's on loan from Juve. I think he might have been a next-gen scout. It's because, maybe, yeah. You can have double mics. You can have mics on both sides. At least he's rejected the chances. I mean, to be fair... I suppose he probably just wanted the guarantee of actually having a locker when he got there, right? But I think that's an interesting decision for him, actually. Fair play to Palace for actually managing to convince that. Plus, that now puts us back in the driving seat for Hudson-Odoi. Because the moment that that deal looked like it was going to happen, Palace was suddenly linked with all the same wingers that we've been looking at. Like Nonto and people like that. Betheliotis. He's not too bad. Katinich wanted by. I don't know, actually. Which one was Katinich? Have I already deleted him? Because if I have, then oops. Riakadude. Oh, this guy here. Sean Katinich. Inter. I think we could probably make a deal there. It is. It seems like it's been going on all summer now. I don't understand it. We'll get rid of these two, obviously. I've got Bobby on there in case that we can maybe bring him back on a free at the end of his contract just for the fun. Carlos Cruz. 4.5 million is quite a lot. Not convinced by his crossing ability, unfortunately. We are in a bit of a pickle financially. I'll shortlist him. Castro is a bit expensive for what looks to be kind of mid. Katinich I'll shortlist because I think we could maybe work a deal there. I mean, I'd absolutely take them. If you want to give them to us for free, we'll absolutely have them. Right? But paying for them is absolutely off the cards. Still closer to being in the game than many others. Am I still in the credits? I don't know. I didn't think I was ever in the credits. Was I? I didn't know there was credits. I'll have to have a look after stream. He's a bit okay. Honestly, I'm much more excited about all those random players we just scouted than any of these guys. And I know it's stupid because they're almost certainly all better. Oh, he was the cheap-ish guy. I want more information on him, actually, because I just realised that half these aren't even fully scouted. But this guy is. Do you want to just... Should we just do a punt on Batamanga? Because he's Comoran and he's probably not going to be amazing, clearly. But he's not going to cost us much and we might as well just try and sign him. Because I suspect, basically, it's going to be really tough for us to get a proper scout report on him. Because he's probably not going to... I find that with players that play in really small nations like this, you don't really get much scouting information very quickly. And it takes months to actually get a good picture of what their attributes look like. Especially over the summer period. This is the Premier League. Like, I don't think Fulham are looking that rough, honestly. Our squad's basically the same as it was last year, with a couple of additions, really. I think we punt, right? Particularly as he wants to come. And he's not asking for stupid amounts of money, which is lovely. Don't know if he'd join us straight away, but regardless, we'll keep scouting him anyway, but I'd rather just lock him down, because why the hell not, right? For 15,000 quid. That's... Mitro goes, well, I mean, I think he probably will, but I actually feel like we were worse without Polinia last year than we were without Mitro. We won plenty of games without Mitro in the team last year. It's... Yeah, I mean, yeah, we did finish in the top half. I still think we overperformed last year, but I think there are worse teams. Farrier, he looks quite cheap as well, actually. He's only 16. I don't know if he'll actually want to talk to us yet. 10 jumping reach isn't spectacular, but he's 6'1", so... Yeah, I figured he won't talk. I'll shortlist him. You got a job something? Oh, I don't know, Saz. I don't remember it, so maybe I am in there. Hey, based on more. Vinicius, he's not, though. He's really not. Vinicius is vibes. Like, take nothing away from the man. He is great to have around the squad. He's vibes, but he's not on... I wouldn't want him leading our strike force for a full Premier League season, right? Silver being suspended. I mean, we played a lot of games last year without Mitro through either suspension or injury, and it didn't really affect us too much. So I wouldn't be as bothered about him. I'd much rather lose him than Polinia, particularly at the moment. Like, of the two, he can piss off to Saudi Arabia if he wants to. It's Polinia that I don't want to lose. What about Bando? Oh, surely he's a pickup, right? That's what I mean. Vinny seems like a top dude, but I just don't think he quite has what it takes to be... Oh, it was the wages, wasn't it? We might be okay with that. What it takes to be a top Premier League... Oh, not even a top, but like a top half, if you like, Premier League striker. And I think we could... If we sold Mitro, we'd probably have the money to maybe... I don't know who, but maybe we could get someone on loan for half a season and actually do a bit more recruitment. They were on Fulhamist this morning. They were actually talking about, like, you know, trying to get someone like Broha on loan from Chelsea, particularly as... Is he going to get a place in the team this season? So that Batamanga. Plus, for the loan farm, right? I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to hit him with this. I might be able to hit him with this. But I think he might actually have a bit about him, to the point where he might not go for this contract. Oh, he will. Okay, never mind. Go for Tony. That'll work out fine. Maybe so, but I feel like... I mean, I do like Broha as a player, because I feel like he's got that real determination. Like, he clearly... He seems like one of those guys that's going to give everything every time he's on the pitch, and I do really... You know, everyone likes a player like that. So we'll get a Bando, hopefully. Squad... Oh, God. That's why we just said no, wasn't it? But fuck it, we're going to piss him off. Broha, I liked him. He was really good at Saints, wasn't he, for that season he was on loan? I don't remember exactly how well. I remember him being well liked there. Oh, Bobby Reed is just... What's it someone called him? The Jamaican Swiss... No, sorry, the Jamaican Army Knife. Because he just does everything. He's such an underrated player, is Bobby Reed. Did you guys see someone refer to Antonio Conte as the Parmesan Pulis? That's been living in my head ever since then. Parmesan Pulis. Glorious. Oh. But she is, yes. That they only bring it up every time he's mentioned. Boom. That'll do. Which in club league games? Oh, so that only counts if they play for you, not for the loan club. But it doesn't have anywhere near the... It doesn't have the same effect as the national team clause does in terms of bringing their wage right down. Allegri, the Aioli Allardyce. Sensational.
Oh, this is...
That's glorious. Chaddy, thank you for the follow. Oh. Gift Orban probably does, but like he's going to go to a much bigger side than Fulham. Like even if we sold Mitrovic, there's no way we'd be able to get someone like... I mean, obviously I would love... Whoa, hello. Obviously I'd love that. Oh, sorry, Saz. Yeah, that's why I didn't... Let's have a gander. Oh, you're right. I am in the credit, but that's because Mike put me in the credits. You're right, I am in the credits because Mike put me there. Relax, it's a game. That's a great mantra to live by, my friend. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, Spurs definitely want Orban, for sure. Sorry, Saz. I misread everything. But this guy here, Christian Unambitious. I'm excellent, my man. Hope you're well today. It's a mantra that people should have. Relax. It's only a game. Why you have to be mad, right? He's 16 tackling on a 17-year-old, 11 marking, 13 heading. Positioning's a little sus. Work rate's very good. Unambitious personality. What's his professionalism like? I can't. I actually haven't played a save with the Belgian team, and I'd really like to at some point. Charleston slander would not be tolerated. Easy to mentor. I might just... I kind of want to punt on him now before we waste too much time. I think he's quite decent. Now, Sod's Law, this will be one of these players that they originally scout at 5-star potential, and then the moment that they join us, they're worth nothing. But I'm in the mood for a punt, right? And he does look like he actually has good tent poles, which is what makes me excited about him. Well, I'm hoping we get to see them today, Useless Server. So I want to make some progression now, just like covering some ground so we can get those reports through, because I'm excited to see what some of these guys are like. Most of them will be crap. I'm excited about maybe 2 of them. Well, I think the Japanese dude looks really decent. And there was one other guy. I think it was a Thai dude that looked okay. To be honest, he probably does deserve a new contract now. He's only got 2 years left. I might as well. He's only on 13 grand a week, and he's a world-class fullback / centre-back / DM. I think now might be a good time. See what he wants. That's fair. That's not happening, but... hang on. What? He wants to be a ball-playing... You're a... Oh, my God. You're a fullback. Why would I put you... playing time... Yeah. I mean, that's still ridiculous, but sure. Yeah, he's right. Regular starter is fine. And he only wants 58k a week. Go on, give me the 5th year, though. I'll go on Marco. Actually, no, wait. 4 years is better, because it means that when he comes to being 30, I can still offer him a long-term extension then. And if I give him an extra year, I'll actually forget. Yeah, it's weird. I find that often they never actually ask for that. It will say it in the thing, and then half the time they never put it in as a promise, and I don't know why that is. I think it's something to do with the fact that if you get them to cancel out or drop one of their other promises down, it seems to negate some of the others as well. I still think that negotiation's a little bit broken. Sign, chat, Jizzy is joining us. Jizzy, let's get busy. He's in. And Brian Jakob's just been called up for Eritrea. Good for you, Brian. We're getting a bando as well. Cool. Right, let's cover some ground, so we can, obviously we're going to have to get up to the 2nd of... Oh, no, it's one of our youngsters. Well, Batamanga's signing for us. For 50... Big budget signing there. 15 grand out of 129 million. He's probably going to be crap. When's he joining? Oh, he is joining this summer. That's kind of cool. Flamengo? Anyone? They must have someone. What? God damn. It's lean years in Argentina and Brazil. But I really just want to make some... Oh, here we go. Inter versus... How the fuck did... They're rubbish! I do not I mean, I know Real Madrid are not that great either. How the fuck did Inter win the Champions League? They were crap against us. They scraped past Chelsea, scraped past Atletico. God damn. That's unbelievable. The worst thing about that is it shows you how easily we would have won the Champions League this year if we'd have just been slightly okayer against Inter. Like an average of 1 goal better in those games. We'd have absolutely walked the Champions League this year. Haladash would have clapped them in the final if they'd actually got there, I feel like. If they'd got to the final and actually had the players back other than Živkovic, like Vorgan and Ayala, they would have absolutely done them in. Such a shame. Oh, dear. Zanko, thank you very much for the raid. How was stream? How's the Building a Nation going? If you're still doing that, save. We've been looking all over the world for some of the most obscure talents possible today. Elite, thank you for the follow. So Inter, that's all done now, isn't it? So Inter end up... Wow. So we do get 2nd of the year, which is fine. Ah, dear. That's decent, GSM. That's pretty damn solid. Let someone know staff to it. Oh, God, no. How many out on loan is too much? There is no such thing, Teddy. There is no such thing as too many loaned out players. At one point this season, we had 172 players on loan. So we manage it ourselves, but by using the dev list. So technically the Director of Football handles the dev list, but I use that as almost like an auto thing for it. But yes, we do manage it ourselves. As you're going to see when we get to the 2nd of June and have to come through and extend a load of them. Okay, some more money for us there. That's going to help it a little bit. We're back up to 171 million in the bank now, which is not too bad. Hang on. How are we committed to oh, that usually goes a bit dodgy towards the end of the year, innit? If I could have 1,000 out loan, I would absolutely do it. Absolutely no question about it. Hey, person. Coke or Pepsi? Pepsi. I just prefer the taste of Pepsi to Coke. Duran wins the golden boot. Wait, hang on. He won the golden boot. No shot. Duran still won the golden boot. Despite us being knocked out in the round of 16. That's actually annoying as fuck, because it means, just think how many goals he could have got had we stayed in the tournament. Admittedly, he is almost entirely responsible for us not going in the tournament. But there you go. To be that good in 4 years is fucking insane. Naturally, he's in... Oh, Escudero is also in the dream team. Look at this quality of player. Like, a ridiculously solid player. 20-year-old Spaniard. Oh, look, what's that say at the top? Joining Kishvada on a free transfer. This man here is going to be Kishvada's striker next season. He's just been in the team of the season in the Champions League, and now he's going to sign for Kishvada on a free. Oh. That's big moves. We kind of play, so the way that happened is I put a bid in to sign him for free. Kishvada also put a bid in, so I backed out, hoping that he'd sign for them, and he actually did. Which is great. Anderlecht won a friendly against us. They're just like, hey, would you like to spend some money on some overpriced Belgians? And I'm like, yes, I would. I'd very much like that. So a load of random loans are going to end there, and I don't really know why. I think some of them are for players that are... Adelson? I think I've already looked at him before. There must be a reason why he's already fully scouted like that. God damn, I want a scout report through. I want to see some of these new players. We know that we're going to be disappointed. We're going to be so disappointed when they finally... How do you not get bored? Because I enjoy it. You can't get bored of something you enjoy. Well, you probably could, but I don't, because I enjoy it. It's a bit like saying, hey, have you got bored of breathing lately? Probably don't say that to people, actually. That sounds like an insult. I just... If anything, don't do that. Do as I say, not as I do. And other tropes. Considering options. No, you're not. Come on, silly boy. We're not doing that. Club ambitious. There we go. Cool. That does mean he's going to get a new contract, though. Because he's on 57k a week. He's a great player. Star player. Yeah, no, not happening. Just, no. And... What? What? Absolutely fucking not. Oh, for God's sake, not this shit again. Oh, this is going to be curious. You know what? It's not actually awful. But I will only accept it if you accept 69,000 a week. There we go. For the memes. Ball and one save. No, I know what you mean. But like I said, because I enjoy it. If you have a save, you enjoy it. If you're enjoying a save, then you won't get bored of it, right? Presumably that's kind of the point of it. So because I'm enjoying the save, I am not bored of it. Yeah, Big Manovic is underrated in terms of like how good he actually is. He just never seems to be able to perform as a striker when we play him there. But he's just a very good all-round player. Oh, dear. And he sacked his agent too. Yeah, screw that guy. Oh, actually, are they going to let me do that? That was weird. Maybe I must have missed that dude. So most of these guys are already coming back. Callum McCabe's moving permanently. Fruta is already going somewhere else. These guys have already got transfers. Oh, no, he's going to be leaving. Zivkovic, I love that. Enjoying his loan spell with Halash. Yes, he is. But I'm unable to extend his loan. Bro literally wants to go back on loan. Let me try offering him to Halash, just for the memes. That's the plan anyway. I think the plan with Harris is just bring him back, nurture him back to health, like an injured birdie,
It's good,
and then hopefully sell him to them.
In winter, it can get
Maybe,
very
because that would be the best thing for him, really. Primus Metaphysicus, thank you for the follow. Good name. It's good, don't sack. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't even thought about that. Not meant to make an offer. That's fine. We accept that. Booty signs new deal. You'll love to see it. I've got to be careful because I've got to make sure we get to the second, and then there shouldn't be too many extensions today. It will still be a good amount, but it won't be anywhere near as many as it normally is, because I think we're on the other year of it, where half the players are extended one year and half the other, which does make the work a little bit lighter overall. We should be doing a scouting report, so we do best in Europe again for Blaz. To Chera. Oh, that's his new contract. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, Gav, but probably something I should look into more. This is something that... oh, these guys are... Yeah. Could be part of our squad. Yeah, but I don't want him to be part of our squad. I'd much rather him like leave and then sign for Ferenc Varos. Staff contracts we don't care about. Youth contracts, those are fine. Under 21 euros. Don't you spam me with your notifications. I do for you. That's impressive business from Palace as well, to actually hold on to a player like that. I mean, clearly, Chelsea weren't able to offer him something that he wanted. Then whether that be playing time or whatever. Here we go, scouting update. Right, here we go, here we go. Some of the... Is there anyone from that lot? Oh, that's the guy from... There's a surprise... Chat, there is a surprising amount of players in here that are not dreadful. Potentially. And I think for the purposes of this, I'm actually going to keep scouting them for the moment. But you're already joining us. You're a guy I've been looking at for a while. Let's get rid of you, because you're not a player. You're not relevant. To this, anyway. Ariel Berg. Oof. Fuck at me. He's very, very well-rounded. Seems to be the... I kind of got that impression when Thomas Callas was here on loan. Tribuna, because they were talking to him behind Palace's back. I mean, you know what? Fuck it, fair. Because, like, stop doing that shit. Shuri, thank you for the follow. Is this a Gonzalo report? I might Gonzalo him. Something about those stars, I don't trust it fully. I feel like Gonzalo might have a better... Yeah, he's a little bit expensive, but he's not overly expensive. And he's called Ariel, too. Which means that when he does come on, he's going to get a really good reception. In theory, anyway. Austin Gray, thank you for the follow. Yes, it is, Woody. It's a skin, basically. Exclamation mark skin in chat, and you'll get all the information you could possibly want about the SAS23 skin. The creator of it is even in chat right now. Yeah, so Gonzalo is our best scout. So whenever we want like the final once over on a player to make sure that they're decent, we always send Gonzalo around for a little look. Jack McNeely, thank you for the follow. If you are new to my content today and it's the first time you've tuned in and you didn't think it was an entirely appalling dumpster fire, then hey, drop a follow. Look, I've even got a button that brings up social links. Look at that. Where's it gone? I've lost the button, chat. Wait, I actually have lost the button. Oh no, I accidentally pressed it. Wait, look at me go. Oh, Stewie, it's the dream. Also, I think the thing I might most look forward to about being a parent probably would be like reading to my kids. I think that's the thing. One of the things that like stands out as being something I would really look forward to. Jose Martinez, he is not one of the players we were looking at, and I mean, he's fine. I'm not blown away by him. Alderete, mercenary. Don't know about you. I think some of these guys are still hangovers from the previous set. In fact, I'll just ignore those for the moment. I want to get stuck into some of these random guys, like these dudes here. In the Nomad's voice. Yes. Exactly. I was trying to think of a line from a book, but like I don't remember enough. Kids don't like rom-com fiction. No! Nah, mate. I'm going to crack out all the classics. We're going Old Bear. Old Bear is a classic. I'm reading a proper like rom-com fiction book again at the moment. Just enjoying my time, you know? Just vibing. Half an hour late to bed because they decide they need a Rupert, yeah, that too, but also Old Bear. Old Bear, fucking classic. Hungry Caterpillar, yeah. Slaps. Like, that bitch could put them away. Winnie the Pooh, yeah. This guy's... Do you think he's worth a punt as well? Don't remember Old Bear, it's a classic. It was written by Jane Hissey, I believe her name was. There was also it was a stop-motion series created around it as well. I think punting on a lot of these guys is probably the right chat. Particularly if they're cheap, right? There's no fun.
Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
I mean, hey, fair. You know, it is what it is, right? Someone's got to do it. Otherwise, everyone will die. 80k. Boom. Ruben, thank you for the follow. Take a bit of him. That is 40. How dare you? I'm 33. Going on 55, apparently, considering my spine. Yakovlev. I like this guy. I think this one for me now is a question of how much that... Wow. Well, what's somewhere between 110k and 8.6 million? Wow. How did you ever figure that out, you bell piece? See how much they actually... Watch them want over the top end amount anyway. Is he 4.1 million good? I'm probably just going to turn that down when it comes to it. I don't think he's 4.1 million good, honestly. You, my friend, are Dominican. Plays for Barnet. I'm not overly convinced, but actually with him with having marginal, we might as well... Jesus, the Alain guy is extremely expensive. 8.4 million quid. He'd have to be genuinely astonishing for me to pay 8.4 million for. You, though, you're a bit cheaper. Francis Ilenga. He's more expensive than the other dude, and I think he's worse. I don't think he's as good as the other chap that we've just picked up from the Congo team. You're interesting. I don't know about those three. What about Longy, though? No, not entirely convinced on Longy either. But now we're getting into the dredges. I want to have at least have a look at their profiles a bit more. Just to see if there is anyone that might be... Wow, he's £1.3 million. You're not cheap enough to be a punt, my friend. That's not how this works. Any nationalities in here that... Wow, he was one of the El Salvadorans. How is that? Another Comoran dude. Yeah, he's not as good as his compatriot, I don't think. By clearly amounts. Chinvoy... No! The Cambodian dude is genuinely dreadful. Hey, Mystic Dylan. Still not broken the record transfer fee. Nicely done. Where's their record transfer fee? I know what you mean, Aiden, yeah. Oh, what a freeze that is. I want that full screen. Oh, that's glorious. I'm just pondering everything, but it's disgusted pondering. Like, I'm pondering it, but with an element of disgust involved. The frazzle hole? Ah, good. We don't get a lot of freezes these days, so we've got to take advantage of them when we get them, right? I think... Wait, was there a Maltese? Oh, that's Bahrain, isn't it? I think it's probably because these guys were further up the list. Vivian Rusin is absolutely woeful, but he's not. When the Cambodian Wonder Kid doesn't have 5-star potential. Exactly. Right, so these guys here I'm not asked on. Him I want more information on because I just don't trust that. You guys I'm fine with getting rid of. The Belgian Filipino dude I still think is better than they're saying. You might be worth another look as well. You're absolutely awful. I think that was right at the start when I was scouting a larger number of players. I think these guys are worth another look. Just a little bit more. But annoyingly, the message didn't contain either the Thai dude or the Japanese dude or the other dude we were interested in. I want to know about them specifically. And Cuckoo, he won't want too much money. Oh, that's just going to be fine. 3-year contract. Get rid of all that. Tiny fee. 6-year deal. Booyah. Easy. No, you're not coming back on loan. I mean, you could do. And I don't want to do that now, so I'm just going to walk away. I don't want to spend 4.1 million on it. Some wacky combinations. Really? I thought all that did was it just like basically just reassigned everybody. We are still failing FFP, but I think that just clears up over the course of the summer, doesn't it? We're only 7 million behind it. That will literally be fine. Hopefully. Right, 2-year loans. That starts tomorrow, so I've got to remember to do that. Do not let me go past the 2nd of June in case I get distracted by a massive news article that happens on this day or something. Because there is still a decent chunk of players that we need to... Right, here we go. 2nd of June. It actually took us there. A wage hike. Wait, who are you now playing for? He's got 5 Brazil caps and he's playing for Honved. Nice. Not on the 2nd of June. Because if I put it on the 2nd of June, You have to do it with the first action of the 2nd of June. If you put a note on the 2nd of June, it doesn't notify you on the first action. It notifies you in the middle of the day. So if you put it on the 1st of June, then you remember it to do it at the first thing on the 2nd of June. It's just June 1st then. Correct. That's why I put the note on the 1st of June. That's why I have it set up that way. I do have a note on the 1st of June. That's how I reminded myself. So, let's go. Try and extend some of these loanies. Maybe we'll get cheeky. Yeah, FM's weird, and we have to accept that. So, I don't think these guys are going to let me offer extensions. I mean, he certainly will, because his contract's expiring. But I want to just see if the option's back on difficulty. Nah, it's not. So let's just skip all those ones. Right, these are the ones we want.
I'm the Pope.
Views. Depends on which view you're after. I have hundreds of different views. BZ, thank you very much for the follow. And, oh no, I already did Ribbon. Thank you. Thank you, though. The reason I don't have a big pack of just views is because, like I said, there's hundreds of them. And the moment I put something like that out, all I would get is like, well, how does this view work? And it's like, that's why each one has its own like thing to connect. So yeah, if you let me know what view you're after, I can point you in the right direction for it, though. No one would purposely bring them back from loan. No. I mean, that doesn't mean they won't come back, though, because unfortunately that is just a side effect. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of guys come back from loan. Because there always is, sadly. Climate change? Never heard of it, mate. More like climate lame. I don't know. It's the best I've got, and that was dreadful. Like, get hotter or something. Earth? Jeez. Pussy? Like, sexually using Christmas. Oh, now you're talking. Now you're talking my language. Every role attributes. Oh, as in like my scouting ones. That one is exclamation mark filters, I think, in chat. Yeah, like simmer down, Earth. You bell piece, like you frazzle hole. Indeed, yeah. Best Chris. Oh, Pringles, surely. I reckon Pringles. Her leg quavers with the. Oh, good lord. I'm hitting spacebar. Spacebar also has the ability to confirm things. That's why you're not seeing me click it. So I'm doing that, and then I'm hit spacebar, and it does the same thing. It just means it can be slightly speeded up. Only marginally, but enough. Oh. Oxygen, yeah. It's a hyperbaric chamber. I don't know. Yeah. Tube itself. I mean, look. We've discussed this before, but I do have the uncanny ability to reach the bottom of the Pringle tin because I do have fingers that are longer than average. So, like as I always say, if we were in an apocalypse and the only thing that was left was Pringles, I'd be fine. It's just the rules. Oh, Phage is on loan. That's what we asked before. Oh, I had some bloody lovely chef pasta last night. It was delicious. So he's not going back out on loan. He will be, though. Oh, Matty salad fingers. You know it. JD Hazy Dog. Was it the finger chat what did it? Or eat what? Half. Look, you know me well, right? Why can a man not do both? Am I limited by these things? No. Spit on the top. Pringle compatible hands is a strange superpower. It is, but like, it's a damn useful one. It's useful whenever, like, literally. The time I feel most useful in life is when I'm at a picnic. Double-ended the pasta. Yeah, man. More like Rigaboni. There endeth my pasta sexual-related puns. Is it because the voices were hungry, Anarith? And they can't talk with their mouth full? You never know. Chat will have some. I suspect they will. Over to you, chat. Do your worst. Shagaroni and cheese. Very solid. What else we got? Penne. No, penne's just penne. I don't know. Ariaioli. I'm just thinking of pasta shapes now. Bear fat. Oh, don't make me get the book. It's still down there. It lives down there. It's the only thing that lives under this desk other than the PC is the Bearfax book. Now, I'm a bit concerned. So some of these loads you'll notice as well are randomly finishing on the 1st of July. And I'm hoping that this isn't going to now fuck this up as well and cause these ones to get screwed. I don't know why randomly this year the game has decided that our loans are going to finish at random times. Slaghetti. Titiliatelli. So, well, I could get the big book. I could get the big cooking book down. The salt, fat, Salt, fat, acid, heat book down, which so far I've only read the salt section though. Kokajili? Oh dear. Bit of that too. Get a Jai out. It would be true. The penalty shootout in this save it's been rare. We have had a few. I remember us beating Barcelona in a penalty shootout once. A few years ago in save. So that definitely has happened. It was bad times. Well, it wasn't bad times, we won. We should never have been in that situation, but we were. Pablo Vanga. That's just hard to say. You're expiring anyway. But his contract is. He's not expiring. He's going to be fine. He'll make it through. Red Hot Chili Peppers album. Yeah, it slaps. Mostly the bass. Gordial. I feel bad that Zoltan decided to abandon Kishvada and piss off to Saudi. Man knew something we didn't. Get a bit of Tokpa as well. That almost sounds like it could be a pasta. I'll have the spicy Tokpa. Mr. Sunflower, he'll be happy to join them again, surely, because they're in the top flight now. Zoltan left Kishvada, yeah. He signed for a Saudi club. For not even on that much money. But Kishvada got like £10 million out of it, I think. So that's fine, I guess. Man really is getting that bag. Can hardly begrudge him that, I suppose. How's it, which one in particular, Half? There's just so very many of them. We are stacked out of our wazoos with Wonder Kids right now. Like, sometimes I turn a pillow over and there's a Wonder Kid laying underneath it. Right, that's all of the ones for this year, isn't it? Yeah, cool. See how many of them... Oh, my God. Holy shit. Chalaya's not... Okay. Oh, there's so many more. Oh, my God. Wait. They don't want him back? Bro is the best player in the... All right. Rigor Bonely. No. I'm Smokey of the Sun. This is the thing. You'll fit in just fine. Because it's that type of go-getter attitude that we like around these parts at SYC Industries. Oh. Chef Boyardee's nuts. Jesus Christ, chat. It's still working, though. End of next season, so that's good. We've at least done that correctly. I'm a bit curious to see what it says when we get to some of the July 1st ones. Or if they'll just turn them all down. That would actually kind of suck. And it's worryingly how few of them there are. Because yeah, the problem is I don't know who we'd sell him to, because I don't want to sell him to a direct rival. And I'd much rather heal him up and then try and move him on a permanent deal to someone like Haladash. But my concern is that they'll end up signing someone else in the meantime before we can get him all patched up. Smoky of the Sun and Violette Games, thank you so much for the follows. Conjiggly Tits! Yeah, go see Janet for your introduction, exactly. Welcome to the Bing Arena. Well, these ones are all still looking fine so far. I'm just a bit concerned about like a whole host of these teams saying no. But so far, these all look good. So Mato's gone to Meshkevej. Derham's joined GMOP permanently, which is fine. McCabe's joined them. That's going to be some nice money for us too, actually. They want him, but he's just signed a new deal. Perez's loan is... that was really fast. Still a bit concerned. It exists in a shirt. What? Of course it does. I mean, who can I talk? I bought a little chef shirt off a fucking Redbubble not that long ago. I think so, Paolo. Something like that will probably end up... yeah, watch us have to deal with Saudi next time around. I'd like to go Minero Reserves. Ooh. George Luis. Yeah, why not? Cool. So we're getting Nkunku. He signed a new deal, apparently. I don't know who you are, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. So Debrecen have signed him. Now, once the window opens, I'm very curious to see what kind of players these guys are going to pick up this window. Because now with a few more seasons of Europe under their belts, and the money that comes with it, it intrigues me. Real Madrid, Bartechko is the kind of player that I could maybe think of moving on. 27 years old now. He still played 20 games for us this year, but I feel like there's other players coming in. Is this a t-shirt that references the restaurant chain or a t-shirt that references the Jon Favreau film that's too small for me? actually, it fits just fine, Bay. Thank you. Sort of, nearly. But it references the once wonderful British institution restaurant chain. Basically. Although I would like to get a chef t-shirt too. So these lines have been extended. Nice. Liberal Wear is at least going back to Haladash, which is something. God, he's only 26. Three stars in his attributes. I think that just changes around quite a lot, I've noticed. DMs. Well, we've got Boothby. Most importantly. So one of the flip guys who's actually really solid, I think could end up being a bit like what Nieto was for us in the attacking midfield position. I think James Boothby can do that for us in the DM spot. So we're actually going to be more strong there. So I'm not worried about the DM position. And I think we've signed enough centre-backs lately that actually I'm not super concerned there either. Particularly with Kenyatta starting to develop a little bit more now. I feel like I can trust him to play in all of our rotation matches. So I think Bartechko might be one that we could potentially try and bid them up on him, maybe. Noodles? Good. Bit of that. Yeah, that and it is, remember, not every report's going to be from the same person, which is why, for example, our Ethiopian chappie that's out on loan is now 5-star potential, but it could have just been because the report was done by someone different. Cockringling wasn't out on loan last season. He plays for Uipesh permanently now. They actually paid us £2 million for the privilege of signing the Cockringling themselves. I don't know whether I mean, they did okay. They came 6th in the league. Now, how he did for them, I don't know. 10 goals in only... Oh, he's so prolific. They need to start this man more. God damn it. Oh. Okay, these are all being extended so far, which is really good news. But have we even had a single player say no yet? Other than the obvious. Gnome Cone's gone back out there. Ah, there we go. Finally, someone's rejected one. But Naseru, is he still 5 stars? Go on. Yes, come on. Hey, Wonder Boy. Say it to me. Say it to me? That's really good. We found some absolutely banging names earlier. We found that Touch can be a first name, along with Ouch. And a guy called Tongue. Melendez has rejected it. Oh, okay, good. Good fun for you, buddy. I think this is going to be a big summer for them actually making their own signings too. Munoz has gone back out again. Good. I keep thinking it wasn't a lot of loan extensions we did, but I think over half of them weren't until next year anyway. How's old Kikaradze getting on? 27 caps for Georgia. Only 2 goals is a bit disappointing, but he's still a very good, well-rounded player. Evan Stevens? I guess it'd be Evan Stevens, wouldn't it? Oh, wait, there's Stefan... Oh. There's a Ryan Stevens, but I definitely saw a Stefan Evans. He could nearly be Evan Stephens, which is close-ish. Nearly. Oh. Oh, we also signed a guy called Jizzy. I mean, what's not to like about Jizzy? It's weird that it's not showing the players called Ouch properly. Because basically it's... Yeah, that's annoying. Basically, if you want to find players called Ouch, I think it was... Was it Lao that have a lot of them? Zimbabwe Chicken. Yeah, that's old hat around these parts. I'll find your points for that. And also for that. It's just because for some reason the game doesn't let you prioritize it properly. They need a proper search, like an advanced search, a proper advanced search that lets you search directly for specific names and not names that contain those names. Ilgna. Okay. Hey, Clay. How's it going, man? We should... I want to get a couple more weeks done so we can get some of those scout reports back in. Oh, God. Oh, that's fine, isn't it? It sucks that Zivkovic is coming back. But... It's, the worst thing as well is if he wasn't injured, it would be a simple case of just extend the loan. But they're not having it. Fuck. So annoying. Like, that injury may have cost them dearly that season, but I think it's what it's going to do to them in the long term that's going to be an even bigger problem. No matches for us today, but Ferencváros managed to lose the Europa League final, if that helps. Which they always do. Yeah, they're not having that. Dick eligible for Hungary. Get in there, Dick. You'll have to see it. I don't think he'd even be the first dick to declare for Hungary at this stage. Big Manovich gets a new contract. Good stuff. And apparently Cameron Plain does too. No, as far as I know, you can't do... I mean, I'll try it, but I don't think FM works like that. It does, but also doesn't. So it still isn't... I don't know what it's even searching for with that, sadly. So it does change the results, but not in a way that is predictable, it would seem. Sadly, no Stuart Littles. Oh, here we go. Right. New scout report. Oh, this is more like it. What? Chatto, I'm a happy man. Okay. If there's just one good player out of this whole bunch, I could not care. That is... Oh! Oh, my... Excitement intensifies. There's also some other dudes down here that do not look half bad either. But, okay. Kenshiro Goto. Do we know any more information about him yet? We do. I mean... Do you want to just punt? At this point? He's not going to be super expensive, and I just really like it. I think... Oh... He's not amazing. He's still quite good. Please tell me he wants to join us. Yes! Get in. Oh, wow, look at that. 500k to 1.5 million. That's even lower. Definitely worth it, then. Absolutely worth it. 500 grand for Kenshiro Goto. That is an absolute bargain. I'd have paid 3 million for him. Ooh. Ooh, oh, I've seen the logo, Juju. Oh, is he professional? Oh, even better. Okay, me like him. What about this other dude here? Are we finally going to get a... Lighthearted, what's his... Oh, my days. E-Clay, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's so damn nice. I get some presents rating down. Oh. And on the drop, yes. Every 100,000 now. So what you're saying, Claire, is I should have given them 3 million. He is. Considering he's only 16, he's not bad. Do you want to go on a punt on him as well? I reckon he won't talk to us yet because he's only 16. Yeah. That's fine. I think I would like to keep an eye on him. I just fucking inhaled my Fanta. I'll shortlist him. I think I wouldn't mind... Oh, I should have scouted him further. He will get scouted anyway by virtue of the shortlist, but Kenshiro as well. He excites me. Right. There's Jizzy. Oh my god, yeah. Vivian is just generally bad, isn't he? I mean, his attributes aren't even that bad, but he's certainly not worth probably end up having to pay like 1 million quid for him. Oh, that was the other guy at Brewer United. My god, we certainly... I'm glad we looked at both of them. Because imagine if we'd only clicked on this dude. I think most of these chaps are not quite up to scratch. I just want to see if there's any ones that I'm super disappointed by. Other than most of them, apparently. Yeah, I think that... The fact is, I wasn't even expecting to find one viable player doing what we just did. So the fact that multiple players have come along that look okay might be. Have any videos planned to go up on YouTube? Yes, of course. Always. I put a video out literally like 3 hours ago. But yes, I always have videos planned to go out on YouTube. Freebies here as well. Wait, let me do it this way around. See if we can find... Oh, this guy here. Oh, he's the Guadalupe dude. Screw it. He's a free, right? When next one? Well, I don't know. Like I said, I only just put one out 3 hours ago. I think we take him on a free, right? Can't really go wrong with that. So for more affiliates. We did try last time, but I don't really see the point. Because they just keep cancelling them every year anyway. And we don't really seem to get anything out of it. I think the last time we got one cancelled, I did immediately give us a new one anyway. Oh, it's only a recap of this GSM, but... Oh, yeah, shit. But I do have... I'm working on another... I'm always working on videos. But I usually like to put them out on days when I go live as well. So I'm working on that was probably going to come out on Sunday, but obviously if I'm not streaming Sunday now, then there won't be a slot for it, so probably on Tuesday instead. I did really say, but it's probably not a video I'd do. Just I don't think it'd be that interesting personally, but, you know. And I have a huge list of videos I'm working through at the moment. Berg is decent. He's okay. It's just a question of if I want to pay that kind of money for him. There's only more freebies in here while I'm here. Like, this. It's another. No, he's just not that good, is he? Is anyone here that looks a little bit okay? Oh, the Nepalese dude isn't. Wasn't one of the, oh, hang on, Bryce Campbell. I swear we liked the look of him, attribute-wise. He was the guy at the Jamaican. I'm sorry. He is not that bad. His attributes are really quite... Okay, his technicals aren't amazing, and he's got no jumping reach, but as a DM, bro is a completely capable DM. For 85 grand? Okay, huge wages, but if nothing else, you make a really solid loan farmer. And at least we're not having to pay through the nose on the transfer side of things. Okay, we're going to pay a little bit on the transfer side of things. 92 grand. Even if he doesn't have a ceiling particularly high, I still like him enough to want to sign him, probably. He's not even that awful either. Although, actually, physicals are... I mean, he's only 17, I suppose, but... There's another Thai dude here, actually. Oh, he was the other Thai. Oh, there's quite a few. We looked at quite a few of the Thai guys, then. Randy Madrigal. Oh, I was hoping he would be better. Trulay. Oh, he was the one we found right at the start, wasn't he? I think he's a pickup, right? The tent poles on him are absolutely unbelievable. Dribbling, finishing, first touch. Composure's great. Decisions is solid. Off the ball. Other than that pace, he's really good. And doesn't want huge amounts of money. I think he's well worth it. He'll be one of those guys that just knocks about in the second division, probably. But for barely any cash, I think he's worth it. I like him.
Fiona!
I think with what's left, I might actually just send these guys around again, because most of these guys are on reasonable anyway. Oh, Seismic Attitude. Thank you very much for the follow. And obviously Sexy Poxy. It's these guys, isn't it? With their rather odd badge. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I feel like everything's shifting in my shoulder when I move around, like popping and cracking and stuff. It's really rather nasty. Gonna have to go do my stretches after stream, I think. Because it's going to be a long summer for your boy. Trying to get through the rest of the bloody window. Oh, Goto, of course, yes. Squad play. That's annoying, but we'll have to just piss him off when he first gets here, because I'm not giving him squad player status. I didn't actually see what he had set up for that, but I do want to give him a nice, well, long-ish deal. That's weird. Try it again. Resistance bands. Not at the moment. I'm doing mostly heat. I'm doing a lot of stretching exercises and stuff. He gave me like a list of things to do, basically, to not put too much pressure and like resistance stuff on it, particularly because we don't know what it actually is yet, whether it's muscular or whether it's like a skeletal thing where maybe like ligaments have got... We don't really know yet. So he thought that it was best to avoid things like strength stuff and more to focus on some stretches for the moment. But I'm going to hopefully get my physio appointment and then go from there, basically. Have him have a proper look at it, you know? There we go. That'd be fine. No, that's true. No, less Rice Krispies for me. Campbell offer? Yeah, we'll take that. It's a huge amount of money that he wants, but, you know, this is how we ended up in this position. Your boy is getting on in years. He is. He genuinely is. God, bro is actually, like, going to bend us over a barrel here. Although, frankly... I feel like bending over a barrel right now might actually help my back a little bit. So, it's a punt I'm willing to take. Oh. What was his height? I didn't actually see how tall he was. He's 6 foot as well. Bro is just a nice all-round player, perhaps. I don't think he's ever going to be a world beater, but he looks like a solid option. No, I don't need a loan back. And same with you. Oh, he's a youngster as well. I don't know if he's going to go for the kind of contracts I normally manage to get for these kind of guys, but you never know. Worst case scenario, we can just offer him what he wants anyway, because he's Argentinian, so he should... Oh, he actually does go for it. 8 years for you, my friend. Congratulations, Jonathan, on your 8-year contract. I at least want to make sure we get past this date here. We've got loads of time, but... Wait, what? Oh my god. Hugo just got a Germany cap. He's still only 18. And he's now a wonder kid. I think he was already, actually. But that's a good sign. That there's a cracking player under there. If he's getting Germany caps already, that's really good news for us. Particularly as I don't have an international cap clause. Round of friendly. Yeah, but it's a Germany cap for an 18-year-old. Like, you'd have to be of a decent quality to just get in the German national team. Oh, and there's the wage hike. He deserves it. If he's good enough for that, he's good enough for us. He'll definitely get a lot of league games for us this year. Register players competition. What? Not Canada national team. No, sadly, no. He is fully... Hugo Kenyatta is German. I knew Pat said about... I don't know about... I mean, he's here. So he is a permanent player and he's a centre-back. So I guess you could say yes, he is. Henrique Vader, thank you for the follow. Oh, yes, Club World Cup, innit? Oh, Junior FC. They normally produce some alright players. Not lately. Right, okay. I think we can just kind of take everybody, can't we? I don't know why they even limit the squad size for this thing, right? What's the point? Just let me bring everybody. I feel bad for Stefan Carpenter, who's apparently been left out. He's going to be so annoyed. No, I didn't register Janos! Mihal is... Oh, well. It's happened now. It's only the Club World Cup. Who cares, right? Although, I suppose we could do with the extra cash from it. Watch us get the most boring group ever, where we just draw a couple of European... like a couple of European teams, and it's just boredom. Junior. Oh, what about your under-20s? Oh, wow. I feel like the Catholic daddies haven't been anywhere near as good to us over the last few years, considering how good they were right at the very start of the save with the likes of Brandon Silva and Castillo and all those lads. Oh, is he just the players registered from the last one? Wow. Yamin? Yeah, I'm not selling him. I'm hoping we can drum up some interest. Right, so Trullier is joining us. Levecka for free. Still broken with the fitness. It's not as bad as it was last year, I don't think, but it's still pretty bad. We're getting go... Wow. I mean, hey. Put it this way, chat. Had we not done that, we wouldn't have picked up some of these freebies, including Campbell, but more importantly, Kenshiro Goto. I like him. And for £500,000, like, that was worth us literally sitting through all those national teams. Genuinely. Completely valid. And if we keep scouting that Thai guy, maybe he'll be okay as well. Because I always miss out on the really good Thailand players in this save. Porto always seem to get them before I get a chance to scout them properly. But I don't want to miss out on him if he's actually any good. Karamoko considering... Who? I think I can understand why he would explore his options, given that I've just gone, who? Also, why have I not got the opportunity to talk to him about it? Chelsea offer for Romero? Nope. He's not interested anyway. Van Dam? No interest in joining Liverpool. See, these guys are good. Yeah, we're still second. And we also got second on the year as well, which means we're going to have 8 teams in Europe again for back-to-back seasons, which is very good, especially as England came 4th this year, meaning that they will actually only have 7 teams in Europe. So the dilution will be better, but it's rare that England don't finish in the top 2. So we've got to take advantage of it while we can. Them having one less team in the Champions League is going to be really quite useful because they always get through pretty much, and it means that they're not going to get those bonus points. But Atletico Madrid only just beat Auckland City. GG's. Oh, nice. We got Atletico Mineiro and Cruz Azul. Okay, that's not too bad. Wait, we're the holders? I totally forgot about that. Oh, we're trying to get first rank. Yes, that's the idea. That's the point of the save, basically. We're trying to get the Hungarian League to number 1. At the moment, obviously, we're at number 2. Have been for a little while, but, you know, still time to spare. Oh, God. They always put them on weird days. It'll be fine. Plus, we've got a lot of people joining us here. In fact, it's gone off the screen. That's how many players are joining us here. And then we'll have a load more of them joining at the end of the month, too. All of the European freebies, like Boothby, most importantly. He's one I'm quite excited about, despite being 30. I still think he's a decent player, and we could probably get some good flip-on value for him. Same with Philippe Rolf. I think we need to try and I keep calling him Philippe Rolf, even though he's English. Philip Rolf. He needs to be sold. Oh, no, Blaz. Come on, buddy. Oh, God. Could you not, like, get super injured right now? We kind of need you for the very important games against Cruz Azul. Offers for Carpenu. Part of me would actually be tempted on Carpi if the bid was high enough. Oh, God, not Jivy now. And it is a big if. New challenge. Bro, you... What if I can convince him to stay on to go on loan? Nah. I was kind of hoping I could find a... I was kind of hoping there'd be an option here that says, hey, maybe I could interest you in a loan or something. Oh, God. He's just turned 30, has Harris. Let's see. What was it? Is the one about reasonable bids? What would you say is a reasonable bid? Oh. That's pretty reasonable, I'd say. Yeah, let me just try and go 150 just to really piss him off. I was expecting him to be like 20 mil. Yeah, I think if someone gives me 150 million for you, Harris, I might consider it. Just maybe. Just an idea, I don't know. Plus, it means I don't think anyone's actually likely to bid that amount of money on him. Firstly, let me just, now that he's here. Oh, no, yeah. Let me just set that to unspecified, just so that people don't bid on it for that amount. I want them to actually bid normally. Because I find sometimes if you have a fee like that, they won't bid. Whereas if you set it to unspecified, sometimes they'll bid like 140 million. So the hope with that is that either no one bids that amount, or they do, and then we get 150 million pounds. So, you know. Because he's still got like... He's actually only got 2 years left on his deal. I do wonder if this is a season where we just massively cash in on Harris instead. Because that long-term injury could potentially cause him problems later down the line. And maybe getting rid of him now. Besides, it means Haladash are going to be looking out for a striker. I wonder if we could get someone like Ghislaine Yao there. You know, the guy from Vashas. Could potentially even bring him back and maybe try and fob him off to... Because I still think he's got... Maybe he's not good enough for them. But I think potential-wise, he still looks really solid. I think he's a phenomenal player. And I do wonder if bringing him in, taking him back from his loan, seeing if we can get him to Haladash for a little bit. Maybe he could develop there for a bit and actually could become the next Harris, maybe? It's a risk, but I feel like by recalling him, it wouldn't be too harsh because I think that no matter what happens, I think he'd be able to find another loan anyway. No, he doesn't. He didn't want to. He wanted to stay out on loan, Raphael. The problem was that he had an injury and they didn't want him. Lenient rules. Ireland. I did Ireland last year, but that is quite low down, so it will be quite difficult. Oh, you're looking for difficult? Then yes, Ireland is great for that if you want difficulty, because there's basically no rules. There is one rule, but you'll never fall foul of it. So I wouldn't worry about it. His goal scoring for Vassos is a little low, but I feel like I trust the quality of a player that he is more than anything else, and I'm hoping that as he develops, I'm going to bring him back, I think. I'm going to bring him back, and I'm going to try to get him. The one rule in Ireland is that players must be paid a minimum of, I think, £320 a week when they're in the top flight or something like that. It's really minimal. And it's something that you'll never fall foul of because you'll have to be paying that kind of money to get anyone decent anyway. Who the... Oh, is it... Wow, he's very good. Did I try and sign this guy or was he not interested? I swear I... Was he, like, not interested or something? Or did I just, like, never complete... Like, actually go after the rest of the deal? Because I did quite like this dude, didn't I? And I think maybe he said no? I've actually forgotten. So he's now lost his 5 stars, but he still looks like a decent player. Decline Hallish without certificate. Well, yeah, probably, but like, what do you want me to do about it? I can't really go back in time and not have their player get a major injury, sadly. It's just one of the breaks of doing a save like this, sadly. Okay, these guys are clearly not that great. The other Japanese dude isn't amazing. There's a Hova actually in there too. Trulé, he's dropped off massively. Oh, well. His attributes are good, so he'll be fine. I don't think we know much about most of those guys. I'm willing to give them a second chance, but I want to, like, scout them further first. Just to see. So, to another Hungarian side. Yeah, you could. But you also have to get a Hungarian side to bid on him. So, unless you know a magical way of making that happen, then, you know, it's not as easy as that. It's so rare that you ever get bids on your players that are actually really good from other Hungarian sides, because the amount of... Bear in mind, a Hungarian side is not going to bid 150 million, and now that that's the established price, they're probably just not going to pay it. It's just unfortunately not possible. You can't just, like... It's really hard to get... It's much easier to get loan bids than it is for transfer bids. Bryce is now 4-star. Oh, he is, isn't he? See, this is what I mean. I feel like we're getting better at assessing players and knowing when the stars are lying. Even the potential stars. Because it feels like if they're lying about the CA, the PA seems to lie with it. Oh, my apologies. What was the lookup? Go on, didn't need to get on compared with Janosch. So one of them's just got a massive injury. How do you scout these players? Same way you scout any other player. You just go to their profile and hit scout. The way we found these guys was by... We were looking through their national team squads, seeing anyone who was much younger than the rest of the players in the team. And we were just getting random scout reports on them. That's what we were doing for like 45 minutes earlier in stream. And to be fair, we found a really good Japanese striker out of it. So, and maybe a Thai left back. So, you know, it's worth the effort, I think, sometimes, if you want fun, like players from slightly obscure, not obscure, but like slightly more less seen nations, I suppose. I can't remember the names of the other people from the Golden Generation. That's the problem, Will Spowski. So I don't know who they are, because the only one we really know of is Janosch. Yeah, he has to come in the first team. Just for the moment, anyway. Same with Herlin Pedersen. There was one called Delshig who just got an injury, but I can't remember the rest of them. Oh, Bokske. Bokske was another one. He was another one in the same generation of players. He's doing okay. Played 6 games for us last season in the league. He actually played some matches for us because we were so desperate to rotate the squad at points. And obviously this is the newest guy who's still got his 5-star potential. So maybe there's something there. Who's he wanted by? Wait, he's 15. What? How does want to sign our 15-year-old youth intake prospect? I wouldn't even be opposed to it, but it's a bit of a weird one for me, that one. Like, hands off, lads. Get your own talent. He says, having been loaning them quality players for literally years, but still. I demand the right to be a hypocrite. I think those guys have probably had it. Most of these guys want players. These were just already on that list, I think. Oh, that guy's 6 million. I probably shouldn't have scouted him, but it's fine. Okay. Shisley now's back, but that's fine because now we bat him back to the dev list. And my hope is that we can try and get him to a slightly... I think he could do better at a better side. They can't even loan him yet. He's not even eligible for loan for another 2 years. Like, he's considered a wonder kid. I have high hopes that he's professional personality. I think there's a player here. We just need to get him in the right club. He wasn't good enough. He wasn't good enough for Giamot. They were far too good for him. Vashas, he was okay. But I think we can find the right move. I'm hoping it could be someone like Halalash. Oh, they did accept, which means I must have just not... Oh my god, regular start. Really? I mean, obviously, I'm going to have to adjust that again when he joins. Because why are all these 17-year-olds demanding regular starter in a champ... I was going to say in a Champions League winning team, but like, let's be honest. We haven't won the Champions... Oh, it's been over a year since we last won a Champions League. Like, Christ. Well, we're old hat now. Cool. Wow, he was just straight in there. Oh, he won't join us for another year anyway. Which means I'm definitely going to forget. The next step for him is another loan spell, obviously. But here we go. 15th, where all... Well, not all. Some of the players join us. Here we go. Right. Get them all on language courses. Send Thomas Velasquez round to welcome basically everybody. That's your one job, Tommy. Enjoy. Although Montiel's helping him out a little bit. It's like that Keegan. It's like the Key and Peele shit. Key and Peele sketch. Just doing all the handshakes. Right. Cool. Get that sorted. Why isn't there a like if I can send all players on language courses from one button? Why isn't there a mass handshake button? So Some of the clubs result of them not moving immediately. Yeah, but we've had that happen with players that could move immediately too, and it's just really strange. We had a guy that was like a 17-year-old or 18-year-old, I think, from Colombia, who could move immediately. That was demanding like, what was it? I think it was regular starter again, but like he was an average at best player. Right, Mateus Suarez, how are you, my friend? Oh, he's injured. That's how he is. Oh god, he's out for 2 to 4 months. Oh my god, bro's literally rocked up on a jet ski. Well, I'll enter the dev list anyway, but, I mean, we all know he's not going to be... He's going nowhere soon. What, like Vishnu? Paolo Benhaya? Oh, he's not... Oh, who's he wanted by? Wow, okay. Pushkas. They wanted him on loan before I even... That's very rare. Normally, they don't want a player on loan before I've even had a chance to loan them out. Like, offer them out. But, hey, we'll take that. Watch them say no now. Jizzy? Anyone fancy a bit of Jizzy? No, he's here, though. What about a Bando? He has good attributes, but he's not too bad. We paid a decent amount for him, so... Does the development list even work? Yes. Not in the way that you think it does, but it does work. It's a great way of making sure they go on loan to the correct places. So, I want to make sure... Oh, God, he's not that good, is he? I want to make sure that they go to Hungarian side, so I use the dev list to make sure that happens. So the dev list basically ensures that they'll only go on loan to Hungarian clubs. Oh, Comoran. I mean, he's still not bad, considering he's a player from the Comoros. An Okikoki button. Yes, exactly. We could all do with a bit of that in our life. Another injury. Please don't tell me this is another hip injury. It's a hernia. That's... Presumably he was on the back of the jet ski and just got thrown off at the last minute. A bit of that. Right. Patrick Levesque. I mean, he's... Yeah. Another lone farmer. Possibly even for the 3rd tier. Well, Jizzy's going to be here for a while, because I think I gave him an 8-year contract, because I just do that, apparently. And then Bryce Campbell. What are we actually saying with Bryce? For 90... Wait. Pushkas... My goodness. Pushkas literally just have a guy watching the airport, waiting for our players to land, so they can just take them on loan, apparently. That's not bad news, actually, there. Oh, Ferencvaros want a Soko. Yes, please. That's glorious. I was worried that we might have to actually sell this guy. But if Ferencvaros get him to replace their current goalkeeper, they're going to be stacked next season with him in goal. That's such a good deal. And Lee Won Il, that's going to be really good for them as well. He's going to be released by us, but he did a loan seasons at Pakshi. I think he's good enough to play for a team like Girmot as a backup striker. Yeah, exactly. Replacing Rafa with him is glorious. It's weird that they're doing this on like the opening day of the window. Let me just get in here quickly. Holy shit, that's a lot of people. I think some of them have returned from the loans already, so I'll do that for anyone who can. And then I'll offer 46 players. Wait, why can't I offer them out? What? Oh, hang on, I think there might be some... Huh? Oh, holiday. That's why. Wait, no, that doesn't work, does it? Summer transfers. Ah, yes, of course they do. Yeah. Let me just go through and find those ones, and I'll tick them off. Which ones have transfers? Oh, that one. And that one. And that one. And that one. Now it should let me. There we go. Now, some of them obviously are just expiring anyway, but it'd be worthwhile seeing if any of these guys do want random loans. I love that Ferencvaros have gone straight in there for him, though. Pax, you want Campbell? In fact, everybody wants a bit of Campbell. Kekschmet Oh, I tell you what. Kekschmet could be really good for Yao. Because Kekschmet are in the Champions League this year. They need a striker. He could be... That would be a big step up for him. That would be really good. Vashas want him again as well, which is obviously not going to happen. They really do need him. Ooh, Kishvada want Koulibaly would be cool. Okay, Bemhaya. As much as it Pushkas, Molfehevar were going to give him more playtime. That's fine. Campbell. Ooh, loads of... Everybody wants a bit of Campbell. So anyone who wants to give him regular starter can have him. But squad player, not happening. So Pakshi, Jalagaseg. Okay. Herlin Pedersen. Nice. Spartacus want a bit of him. Right. Debrecen would also... But the thing is with Debrecen... Oh, an important player, for sure. He'll be guaranteed games every single week. And Debrecen aren't in Europe. So he's definitely going to Kexmet. Oh, and he wants to go to there anyway. Perfect. Koulibaly, regular starter. So, oh, Charles at Koulibaly at Kexmet as well. They're actually making moves. I think he'd do better there. And he'd play more. Ola? Whichever one you want to go to, buddy. Haladash want Manier. I mean, hey. We've actually got more DMs coming in. I'm not opposed to it. Sousa again. So we stay fourth on the reputation rankings. European rankings, we stay first on that too. We do get the extra spot though, which goes to Kexmet, which is lovely. Just going to check that same list again, because I think we might have actually drummed up some interest in some of the other players by doing this too. So I just want to offer them all out for loan a second time, because sometimes you can get it to work like that. We'll just see. Oh, we forgot we got the Club World Cup there too. A couple more players joining us as well. Want to keep him... Well, like... With players like that, I'm happy to loan them out if they want to go. Oh. So now Stolnik's going to Debrecen. More offers there, but we'll turn down... Oh, they've come up with a better offer now. That's interesting. They're still offering the same amount for him. Vasha still want Yao. Oh, we've accepted. No, buddy. Come on. That was my mistake. Oh, it was literally the one at the bottom. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I don't want him going to... I mean, he probably would turn them down anyway, but just in case the game does some weird shit. It is weird seeing England not on there too, yeah. They're all squad player. I think the others were offering a regular starter, weren't they? Okay. Not bad. Yeah, getting Yao to Kexmet. Yao and Koulibaly at Kexmet could actually make them maybe a bit more approachable in the Champions League. Actually, that's one of the other things I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at the other signings that have been made, because they will have definitely made signings straight away. Okay, it wasn't actually that many, but there's us. Wait, where are the other signings? Oh, no, they won't sign until the end of the month, will they? Some of those guys have made signings on, like, from the European sides on freeze. Decline singular loan offers. That is weird that you can't do that. But you can decline them, but only if they're not on the dev list. So I think if he wasn't on the dev list, I would just have a thing like a normal loan offer come through. But because he's on the dev list, he's just accepting it. Because technically, when I'm looking at those other ones, they've actually accepted all of those, and I'm then like going over their head and then declining them essentially because they're not going to get the right playing time. And I think for me, it's always about the amount of playing time those players are going to get. For the most part, anyway. How are we doing financially? Still not great, is it? Inter through... Hang on, who? Oh, that's Owen Brown, isn't it? Yep. That's the guy I nearly got on a free transfer. I so nearly managed to get this fight for free from Atletico. And now there he is, being really good. And it's annoying because he's clearly really good. How'd you find loan managers? I don't know. We don't have one. Because they don't do anything anyway. So we don't even have one. I think our director of football handles it. Because he's just got better attributes. Boca beat Liverpool? No way! That's good. They'll probably still go through though, because actually the group's quite small, so... Barcelona... I always notice that the fees that are touted in here are way higher than any of the ones you see normally. They're like twice the amount that they're actually ever going to bid. Yeah, loan managers I think are just utterly pointless. Ooh, Ferencváros offer Nigord Burj a contract. Well, they're looking to sign a guy from Inter who's 22. Oh my... Ooh. Still, on a free, that could be quite good business for them. Certainly not the end of the world. Team selection, I'll sort that in a minute. Closing on a Club World Cup. Wait, really? Oh, wow. 5 whole matches, eh? Imagine. Yeah, man's been around a bit. I'm guessing a lot of loans in there, potentially. So Mane's now in. I lose track of who he is, but I'm sure he's a wonderful chap. He's not amazing, is he? But still, to the dev list. Off you go, bud. I'm sure someone in the second tier will be after you. I reckon he's got, like, Vejprem written all over it. Montiel is still actually decent. Probably about time I offered him a new contract, really, isn't it? So here we go. Get rid of that. Wow, hang on. I can offer him... Wait, I can offer you a... What? wasn't able to offer players contract extensions over 1 year before. When oh, it's the new board. The new board might have... Fair one. All right. How does 3 years, Monty, sound? Yes! They must have changed the club culture, yeah? I've not been able to offer more than a 1 year deal for anyone over the age of like 32 in years. Let's have a look. I think it says in here, doesn't it? Yeah, it was in here. They've changed their mind. I can now offer any length of contract I like. Lovely. It was annoying having to extend their contracts every single year, even if they weren't asking for much money. And bear in mind, like, this new contract will put Miggy on like 8k a week. Coach will go, oh, I don't know. Yes, we can. We could maybe... And he's got high natural fitness, which means he might keep going. That's nice. It was a pain in the arse having to offer them all 1 year contracts every single season. Oh, wow. He actually doesn't. I guess, yeah. Get Monty in as a... We can't see his staff attributes yet, no. Particularly as he's just... If he's signing a 3-year extension, it sort of suggests that bro is not particularly interested in becoming staff anytime soon, anyway. He will get a badge before Bentner, yeah. Darla might be able to as well. Yeah, good point. We sort by age. Those two are by far the oldest players in the squad. Yes. And I can also offer Darla a new contract too. See if he'll agree to the same terms. Okay, he wants a bit more money, but still. 3 years for Darla as well. It's mad that he's... God, remember when he was just an absolute pace merchant? Wow, that's a lot of stuff. No long-term plans for him anyway. Darla was... Oh, okay. Oh, well. Clearly he can't become a starter, but I'm more interested in having Monty. If Monty could become a staff, that would be dope. And... Well, bro is literally already working on his National C license while still playing. And he's got 3 years to do that as well. Montiel's going to become our perfect assistant, isn't he? And that gives him a hint of management ability, which means you never know what he could do later in the save, in the looking forward, potentially. If he's actually a staff member. That would be sick. Imagine he takes over and does, like, even better than us. One thing I will say, I still feel like this save might actually... I think Hungarian sides might actually still be able to win stuff after the save finishes. Halash have finally broke 10 million in sponsorship, but it's still sod all, really. Our stature in the game remains intact. Okay, and Cuckoo's in as well. Don't remember now. I don't think he... Hang on, let's check. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, I nearly offered him a new contract. I got confused. He could be the Mihov of this save, which would be far more expected than Mihov was. So... No plans, but if he's... The fact that he's getting his coaching badges means that he will surely be available as a staff member anyway. So he's going to get coaching attributes. Because he'll have that. Okay. Well, it would be transferable into FM24 as well, but we won't be doing that. But I will be putting the save up so people can do that if they want to, with the save file. They can carry on the legacy. Right. Okay. Oh, Mihal's back. That's nice to see. Gosh. I think I want to still do that. We'll be fine once we get Boothby in. I love that Velasquez is suspended for the Club World Cup. How big the save file is? About 700 megs. I could... Hang on, let me look. It's fairly large, as you can imagine. It is... So it's 616 megabytes. But it varies around about that sort of amount. I might have started Valdo, actually, instead of Bigmanovic. Oh, Barteshko can't play as an anchor. Maybe I should have done what they did then. Mania's absolutely dead. Yeah, we'll put Tichera there, since he can play there as well. For the moment, anyway.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Just sim it. This is back to the normal tactic, by the way. This isn't the random one we were doing last time. So cold in here. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, got money retired. That's interesting. I'm hoping that Montiel will get them before that so we can have him as both. So thank you very much. It's just an option. Oh my god. Blaz has certainly hit the ground running. Just the 5 goals in the Club World Cup there for Blaz Urin. That's a start. That is... quite a beginning to the season for him there. Yes, please. Wait, what? They won't let him do it. I suppose actually it doesn't make much sense for him to be there, but still. Oh, that was Mihov's birthday as well. You'd love to see it. If only he could just score one goal against Inter. That would have been fine. Just one goal. He can do it when it don't matter. I wouldn't be surprised if he scores a hat-trick in the second game as well. Chirito? Oh dear. No players. Cool. Previously, they actually don't. So the way it works is it will display them in the previous season like this, but then it will flip over and they'll appear in the new season as well. But then midway through the next season, they'll randomly disappear. It's a bit weird. It doesn't really know how to handle Club World Cup goals or goals scored in the Super Cup, I think. Darla didn't have a coaching one. I thought it was coaching when I clicked it, but chat told me it was leadership. There wasn't an option for coaching. I just assumed it was that. A bit of that. Any new... Oh, now we're in the new... I hate so hard the fact that signings made here count into the next... It's so stupid that they don't count as part of this season. Oh. Same results if you were to play. No. The game does handle the games slightly differently, it seems, when you're simming matches. Particularly if you're playing with a slightly esoteric tactic. Let's put it that we played a Save in Africa a couple of years ago, and we had a system that didn't have a right back in it. But it wasn't just like we had wing backs. The whole system was designed to not have a right back. And when we simmed the matches with it, it did no work. And so we had to make sure that we watched the games, basically. Youth players promoted. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But you'll be out on loan soon. It won't matter. Liverpool back in for Van Dijk. Oh, a bid for Bartechko. Right, now we're talking. 42 million. All right, City. This is a start. But there's other clubs interested. Give me 55 million. Okay. It's a starting point. Right back in Showdown. I think we used that tactic in an FM playoffs at one point. So we used the defensive winger. No, we used a winger. We started with the defensive winger, but then changed it. We used a winger, and we had very specific instructions on the winger to mark, and it actually did kind of work. Sort of. Except for when we got to Cape Town Spurs, but we don't talk about that. So I'm going to accept that at 55 million, because he's wanted by many other teams. So we should be able to offer him out for 60, and in theory, get bids. Just to drum up a bit of cash. Lorival's the one I really want to sell. What the fuck? 36... Bro. What? Huh? Why are you bidding 34 million for a player who already has a 55 million pound transfer agreed? Jesus Christ. Nixie, thank you for the follow. Why are they bidding that? Real. Give me 60. What? There's already a 50... Nah, we will sign other players. It's just, I don't really know if I'm actually going to sell him. Not at these prices. Nah. If we're not going to get any more than 55 million, then I'm not going to sell him. And 34 million is absolutely absurd. So I probably won't sell him at that price. Like, if they came up with like 80 to 90, I'd be more tempted. But I would have figured we could have at least started a... Also, Etienne's now going to be on. Yeah, he's a player that actually, I think... Maybe we should bring back and sell, because we're paying £150,000 a week for a loan player. I think our best stage with him is to actually bring him back and sell him. Because he's one of the few players that have that stupid clause in their contract. These guys don't earn a lot of money, so it's not a big deal. He does. And I think we're paying too much for him. Like, I know he's important for Uipesh, but not at £150,000 a week he's not. Problem is, I bet we can't sell him because of his wages. I think our best bet... I know Uipesh are in Europe, but I think having him back and getting rid would be better for us financially. I'll add them to the development list anyway. Ridiculously cut price. They won't be able to afford the wages. Because of the established amount of wages he has, my guess is clubs won't bid on him because of his wage bill. Which is the problem. Watch us now get loads of bids from Uipesh. That'd be funny. Wow. Boca just lost to Mamelodi Sundowns. New contract. I think he'll want even more money. But... Oh, Atletico. Ahsoka's rejected Ferencváros. Are you serious? 16.5 million is fucking nothing, but because that is a bit of a joke bid, but it would also solve the problem. So we can accept it. We don't actually have to let it go through. The fact that it's non-negotiable too is really annoying. Let me now offer him out. Again. Reject offer out for 20. Like I said, I would rather have a bid on the table that we can then reject. If we reject it, then there's no bids on the table. That's really stupid that he's rejected that loan. Agreed to pay part of his wage. Yes, but the whole point of us doing this is to avoid having to pay his wages. Like, we're doing this to get his wages off the bill. So by having to pay his wages, we would then no longer be getting his wages off the bill. That's very annoying. Like, well, we could always sell him, but I'd rather just load into Ferencváros. It's really stupid that he doesn't want to go. Like, you're not going to play here. You are a backup, bro. Like, god damn it. Well, we can't really play him for half a season because we want. If we're gonna, basically, he's come back to be sold. I'm not going to keep him around on £150,000 a week when we have no reason to. We can't play him for half a season on a whim that he might earn a bit more money that way. Like, we need to get rid of him, basically. And now I'm concerned that Atletico aren't interested. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah, because we didn't reject it, so there's no one else interested. Let me try and offer him out for a specific amount. We might still be able to entice Atletico to pay more. I've managed to do that before. I have managed to bid up a club when even only one club is interested in them. But it is really difficult to do. Plus, I don't want to play a player that we don't want to play solely to try and boost his value, when his value is £39 million. Lautaro Montiel. Oh, wait, it's another Montiel. They could pass the torch between each other. Okay. I'll just send this guys around again for the moment. Someone is going to have to be sold this summer just to kind of balance the books a little bit more. That's the problem. It was a question of who. Like, the one I want to really get rid of is Lorival. How much have actually bid on the guy? That's remarkable. Halash are actually bidding on our 15-year-old youth player. Now, I'm tempted to accept on account of the fact that him going through their system would probably be much more beneficial than going through our system. Buyback. What? Buyback in this?
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh yes, very
What? So that we can prevent him from leaving?
They are building it now.
So that if they try to sell him to someone else, we can have a buyback clause, so we get to buy him instead of them. Yeah, it's not a bad shout. If they'll agree to it. I've never had an AI club agree to this before, but maybe I've never really tried it. Let me set a reasonable buyback price of like 10 million, which is like way more than he's currently valued at, with no expiry date. There we go. So it means if he becomes a world beater, we can have him back for £10 million, providing, and it's a way of stopping other clubs from nicking him, if that were to happen. AJ, thank you for the follow. That way they get a good player that they can develop, or, maybe he'll become really good. But he's got a better chance of doing that there than he does here. And we get a little bit of cash right now. And it means that we can also... Yeah, that's good, actually. I like that. Keep on the shortlist. Yeah, not bad shout, actually. I can't keep him on the shortlist yet until he's actually lost. I can't put him on the shortlist until he's actually gone, because he's our player. Hang on, sorry, we're still talking about Etienne. So what's the situation with Etienne now? He's world class at 23. Yes, he is world class at 23, but it doesn't matter how world class a player is at 23. If no one is willing to bid on the player, it doesn't matter how good they are. Like, it just doesn't matter at all. Like, we could have, like, this guy's really good as well, but I bet you I couldn't get £32 million for him. It's a market only exists if a club is willing to pay the money for the player, basically. That's the situation. We could get a percentage of the next sale fee clause. That's probably what I'm more tempted to do. This is actually what I did with Chelsea and Cardoso. So I had a deal agreed with them, but then I cancelled it, got the same deal back, but with a 50% of next sale fee clause. The problem we've got with this is I'm concerned if I try to offer him out again, they won't let us do a negotiable bid. That's the problem. Only getting 16 million. It might be more better offer up 10. Yeah, but you can't offer out. Okay. How many times have we gone over this? If you offer a player out with anything other than just a straight up fee, they will not bid on it. It just doesn't happen. So if I offer him out for 20 million pounds, clubs might bid. If I offer him out for 15 million with a 50% next selfie clock, nobody will bid on him. It just doesn't happen. FM has had this bug in it for as long as I can remember, basically, where if you add anything else onto this, other than sometimes wage contribution, which is very rare, they won't bid on him, even if it's the same amount or even lower. It's a shame, but that's how it works, and I wish it didn't. Trust me. Percent of initial. Okay, right. Sure. Let's do it then, shall we? Let's try it. So look, they're bidding 16.5 million right now. Okay. Let's offer him out and add in clause, a clause of, what was it? 50% next selfie clause, right? That's what you're recommending. Okay, that, boom, locked in as well. Off to clubs. Let's see if they do it. If they do, then I'll stand corrected, and my God, it would be lovely, because it would be the first time it had ever happened to me. Because the amount of times I've tried to do that, and it just never happens. Let's see. Let's get through this game first, though. Yeah, we'll just play that squad. That'll be fine. We're selling. It can sometimes give them more interest, but also when they're transfer listed, I find that clubs bid less money because they know that you're trying to get rid of them, which does make sense, obviously. We should be able to beat Atletico Mineiro fairly easily here. I could offer him out for 5 million and put that clause in, they still wouldn't bid. But, again. Sorry, you can appreciate that when you're told the same thing hundreds and hundreds of times by people and you've explained it that it doesn't work that way hundreds and hundreds of times, it can get a bit tedious. But let's see if they bid on him. No, they haven't. Okay, so let's try it now with a lower fee of, say, 10 million, because that's like half the amount that they were, and it's actually lower than the amount that they were willing to offer, more importantly. In responding to a bid, I can't respond to a bid if it's a non-negotiable offer. There is nothing I can do to the bid. That's what I'm saying. If it was a non-negotiable offer, it wouldn't be a problem. I would just put it in the contract myself. So, look, let's put it down to 10 million and try it. But I'd be willing to bet that they will not accept it. Or even do anything. But I always like doing this just in case one time it works, right? Let's see. We have to give it a bit longer than that, I think. I love that we just casually walked our way through to the next round. Oh, it's in a day. That's so annoying. But I think that's how it's going to be, isn't it, over the summer? But you'll note, of course, we have still, thus far, had 0 bids on him. Even at £10 million. So £6 million less than the amount they paid. The moment you add anything in there, they don't bid. It's just... Maybe if you were doing a save where you had loads and loads of leagues turned on, you could maybe get the occasional bit of interest. But it's... Yeah, it just doesn't work, sadly. I wish it did. Believe me. But now we know. It's the same as offering players out for 0 doesn't work either. Which doesn't make any sense, really. But let's just offer him back out again. Possibly. So what the issue we've got, basically, is that Atletico won't put any bid in that isn't non-negotiable. If they could put in a negotiable bid, I'd happily put it in the contract, but you can't do it. They're just going to be locked into that... Now they're bidding 13 fucking... Oh, okay, we're not selling him for that amount. They're actually bidding less. Ooh. Carpenu to Liverpool. Anyone else interested? PSG and Inter are interested. Okay. Okay. That could... Let me see if I can absolutely mug them off. Like, properly mug them off. 63 million is fucking nothing. I will reject... I reject your assumption. I think I can sort of see why that one doesn't work. So that if you're trying to force players out, it just... The game sort of stops you. Kexmex did sign a guy for me. Apologies again if I've been irritable. My back is just really hurting a lot. Oh, there we go. Wait, isn't that what we... Bids are negotiable or not? I actually don't know. Honestly. I think it's because when you're offering players out, sometimes you're more likely to get non-negotiable bids. Also, it might be because... No, we're in June now. I think it is better in July. There's a lot of different factors as well, yeah. Because if they say that is the max there, I think Atletico's budget should be bigger than that, but yeah. So he's going to... It's a weird one with him, right? Because he was here for us, did a loan spell, went to Zagreb for free, then came back to Hungary, and now he's ended up becoming like a really solid player for them. Yeah, so maybe it's because they're not actually in their own transfer window yet. So maybe they're bidding a little bit more, like, I don't know, conservatively, I suppose. What transfers have we done? Loads. But I'm not going to go through all of them because there's like 15. And it's now 3 o'clock as well. I find that sometimes they do bid high, but they bid weird amounts just in general. AI clubs are very hard to predict a lot of the time. Including the... Nah, but like, I always like to test it because there was a thing in the past when I was like, oh, this is the case. And then I always test it. And then I was just like, oh no, I'm just wrong. It was to do with locking in contract clauses really early. Because when I tested it in the beta, it fucked the whole thing up. But they'd obviously patched it, and I hadn't realized it. That's why I always test it every time, because you never know, right? And besides, imagine if it had worked. Loan up for a loan outside of Hungary. Maybe, but my guess is they won't cover his wages. Basically, that's the other problem. Not Manier, sorry, Etienne. What happens a lot of the time is the clubs are very stingy when it comes to trying to, like, they'll want you to pay not only their full players' wages, but like an extra 8 billion a month to have them. But when you try to loan a player out, they want to pay 20% of their wages, basically. It's ridiculous. Mittlers, thank you for the follow. But I'm more than willing to try it. Because he is technically still loan listed, I think. So let's actually offer him out with full wages. Because that's what we're looking for. And we'll see. I mean, hey, if I could loan him out for a season to another European side, I'd probably go for it, honestly. Just to get his wages off the bill for a year. I feel like it's the sort of thing that maybe a Bayern might do. Oh, fuck me. No. Oh, God. Right, I've got to take him off the dev list. Wait, hang on. Why is he rejecting it? He's not on the dev list. Wait, what? Why is he rejecting it? Fuck's sake. Is this one of these weird... he is on the dev list. So... Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, you're right, yeah. It's because we did that whole... Wait, is he on the dev list? We'll actually have to go to the dev list. Sometimes players will be on the dev list, but you don't realise they are, and then they don't show up as on the dev list. Oh, yes, he is. It's annoying because you can't set it from the other thing. So let's just remove him from the dev list from here. That'll do it. Right, there we go. Let's try again. I don't know if it resets that. Although I suppose that's because that's the defaults I have set, isn't it? So let's offer him out to PSG for a season. Plus, if he plays well there, it could also bump his value up, and therefore we could then sell him. Ironically, back to the team that we bought him from in the first place. Which would be extra funny. Right, let's see if they actually come back in. They should do. There they will. Okay, cool. So, hang on. Wait, isn't that more... They want to pay 80% of his wages, but want to give us a monthly fee, which would surely equal more than his... 20% of... Isn't the monthly fee higher than... You can negotiate this, can you? Let's try it, because I've always found that when you try to do this, they don't negotiate with you. Let's try it. Just do the monthly one of 250k. What, like that? No, that's going to say... They'll say no to that, right? Surely there's no way they agree to that. They'll agree to this. Because I don't want to have this fall through so we can't loan him out. Alright, I actually do trust you. Right, let's try this. And that was it, right? One more time. Really? A third time? Or is that... Or you just... Alright, so one more time. Okay. Oh, except now. Okay, cool. I thought there might have been a bit of chat latency there. That's why I was concerned. Right, okay. Because if so, legend. And this is why I try stuff. Because I've always had no... Like, I've always had massive issues with negotiating these, and they always just want fuck all. Sorry, they always want to pay nothing. So that means that they're going to pay us his wages plus like an extra £2 million to have him for a season. That's amazing, Schuber. So sick. There we go, chat. We learned something today. Pleased with that. Plus, it means that we're going to get his wages off the bill for a year. 150k a week, and he's going to play, and his value will go up, and he's playing for PSG, so he will develop potentially, which means I think the sell-on value next summer could potentially... Chat has brought it back there. Great work. Let me save the game there. Oh, great work there. That's good to know, actually, in future, because it means in case we do end up in situations like this. That's really cool to know. Stewie with the gifted sub to Shuba, and boy, does Shuba deserve it after that potentially piece of genius. Shout out to the volleys that have just seen that and gone, hello. Oh, yeah, bear in mind, we bought him off of PSG like 7 years ago. So the fact that he's going back to his parent original club on loan. Also, sorry, 199 million. They've screwed us all, chat. They've stolen $1,000 from me. God has taken my bird and my bush. Rest of your loan farm. I mean, potentially, yeah. I mean, it's not like it's... Not, I mean, they are still paying us a good amount of money, but in the grand scheme of it, the new Twitch announcement. What is that? Wait, no. That looks like a scam chat. It's the fact that it's a verified account is disturbing, but that looks like a scam. So just ignore that message. And yeah, how the hell did you get Twitch verification? Or maybe it's just his account got like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Compromised, I suppose. That sucks. Right, let me save again, because I'm like that. Oh, don't want to make a local team sport. Oh, true, absolutely. I would never do that to the Hungarian sides, obviously. So, let me find a lovely raid this afternoon. Yeah, I'd definitely... I mean, we don't have many foreign loans, but I feel like we actually could, like, finance a good amount of some stuff with that, potentially. So, let's see. Who's live this afternoon? Who we got? Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go to Mr. Callum. It is inevitable. I will say, I'm not streaming on Sunday because Doctor has told me that I need to really, like, not sit in this chair for a little bit. So I figured Sunday taking that off would probably be the best thing, particularly as it's the Women's World Cup final during that stream anyway. So I figured that might be the ideal moment to just take an extra day. I know it's a day off that I maybe shouldn't have taken, but, you know, for the good of my back, and hopefully I can get a physio appointment too. That will hopefully help with that as well. So, it's a Saturday? No. It won't be Saturday anyway, because I'm going for a big pub lunch on Saturday, which is going to be really nice. So, yeah, enjoy the rest of your days, my friends. If you haven't seen the recap, you can check that out, I suppose. But let's go say hello to Waikakum. So, thank you very much for joining me today. I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-byes.